Be really great.
I would like Stephen Welch,
Test.
Mickey. Oh yeah, good. Okay, saw that.
Can you hear us, Sarah?
Yes, this is Joe. I can hear you.
Thanks, Joe.
And you can hear me, so great. Thank you.
Can you grab one for me? Yes.
I'm also here. Carrie, can you hear me?
Steven. Oh, I was gonna say
I
there's
thought
a
you weren't
button.
going to be here,
No, no.
Carrie.
Oh, okay.
I made it home, so I'm here.
Awesome. We love that.
Thanks.
All right, we ready? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's June 2nd at 4:02 p.m. This meeting is being audio video recorded. Anything you say or share will be shown on the town's YouTube. Please act accordingly. HDC takes comments from the public. Let's see, at HDC public comment at Nantucket-ma.gov. Comments are due by 8 a.m. of the Monday prior to the respective meeting. And with that, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Elected members, all in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
None opposed, carries. Any questions? Somebody to mute. Do we have any questions for our preservation planner? The town's preservation planner,
I have one question.
Angus.
And that's about 30 Beach. In the past few reviews, there's been a comment about the integration or the intersection of the boardwalk with the town walk. And I just wanted to clarify what that was.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, so because the boardwalk is a unique and different feature, not consistent really with this area or anywhere for that matter near the OHD. And whenever there's an encroachment with the town right of way, obviously the HTC reviews, but also from the DPW perspective. I'm concerned on the two relationship between the town's right of way and where that boardwalk comes in, and if even that is an appropriate material.
Okay.
So I have a question on that topic. You're concerned about the existing conditions staying as it is, or you're concerned about what's proposed?
I am concerned with the proposed material.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. Any other questions for Holly?
I have one general question.
Yeah.
And that is, this is the time of year we normally do the election of officers.
Yeah.
And is that coming up?
It'll be
soon?
next week.
Thank you.
So you all should be considering who will be your chair.
I just wanted to let everyone know I'm interested and
Okay.
would be happy to serve.
All right.
Stepping up to the plate.
Pardon me?
No, I just said it's good for him for stepping up to the plate. It's a
Good.
big job.
Yes. All right. From here, we will go to old business. Oh, thank you. Let's see. Can we get a motion to adopt the sign advisory committee's recommendations?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
I was gonna say.
One consent.
One consent. Oh, I see that 30 my comment at fence. That was you for consent. Any recusals on consent? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve can I do it?
Pardon me?
The consent.
The consent item.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, we're on to old business, just like that.
Mr. Chair, did you vote for signs or did you?
No.
Yeah, we did.
I think I made the motion.
Ray made the
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah, I did. I did.
Yes,
It was only about 4 minutes.
let's take a moment, everybody take a breath.
Go too fast.
See, we need to do that 20-second pause before the beginning of the meeting. Everybody take a few deep breaths.
Okay.
Okay, now we're on to just like that, old business, May 5th, 2026, 2 South Shore Road. Your eyes here. Your board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus.
Right, did you want a screen share?
Yeah, I would like
Okay,
to
you have
screen
to
share,
log, you have to log on.
but
You have to register on the website, I mean, on the agenda.
Angus and Paul, Joe Paul. You ready?
there's also the homeowner, and she wanted to be on Zoom to present it.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Um,
sharing. I'm not
keep-
sure if she's online.
Guys, keep in mind, this is a redo. I mean, this is this was previously heard, it's old business. We're gonna be running time limits. The HCC eats with its eyes. If it needs that much explanation, there's already a concern. All right, when you're ready.
I'm just waiting for it to connect.
Okay, promote you to panelist your eye, so you should be able to screen share. it.
Yeah.
I just,
An attendee.
I just promoted him.
Okay, so there it is. I'm not sure if Anne is here on Zoom. If she's not, I guess I'll just present it. So after last meeting a while ago, I fixed the plans where you had concerns about how it was all showing the ridge heights and pretty much both buildings. And I'm showing proposed, or actually the building that is moved on,
Can we
We
go to
just-
elevations, please?
which is this one, which is
Okay, go on.
which is already approved to be moved on this property, and it's already on the property. And it's pretty much exactly at the same spot where I'm showing it right now, except it's not connected to the main two shore road building, which is already raised, which was approved also. So on the elevations from the south, which is the front from the South Shore Road, from the Shore Road, the buildings don't change. There is the 92 Washington it's not changed, only added a little stoop, or the stairs up to the front door, and then we are proposing enclosing the left area here, where was a porch, to kind of close up that mass, and then make the roof walk slightly bigger, from 10 foot by 14 foot 6 to 12 by 16. And the ridge heights are basically, see, step down, as it is already on the lot. It's already lifted up and it's there, so you can also see it in real life. From the north, the 92 Washington building is pushed back, further back, so it doesn't create a straight line along the Saltmarsh Center parking. So there is more space between the parking lot and the building, which should probably feel better, not as tight and not as like up, high above or right by the parking lot. And the only changes over there are these doors. There were existing windows. There were windows between these or where the doors are now. So we're proposing doors, and that's the only change pretty much. And then the east elevation is there is not really any change. which is not visible. This is how the building looks now with these windows here. So that's what we are changing.
Okay,
And yeah, I mean that's pretty much all the changes. On the side on the floor plan, you can see that deck that you had concerns before, which was going kind of all the way here before. We reduced it to be much smaller. It doesn't go in front of that front mass. So the deck is significantly reduced.
okay. Thank you. Uri, any questions for Uri?
I have one question.
Angus?
I'm just looking at the proposed north elevation and how much of that fenestration is existing on the existing house, because I'm seeing the roof walk bubbled and that bay to the what I guess would be the east, and then the 92 that was moved on to the west. But as you're looking at that original two Shore Road structure, is all that existing?
Yeah, all those windows and doors are existing, except this one little window is added on the right little mass. But all those doors, those French doors and those windows flanking each doors are existing.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, brief comments from anyone else? Okay, I'd like to begin.
I'm happy to start.
Angus?
So I appreciate the reduction in decks. When it's up at this height, it's more imposing to have these decks. And so thank you for that reduction. My concerns are the roof walk. It shouldn't get any larger. 10 feet is makes it a high skirt, but also just starts to ruin the proportions at the top of the roof. And then off of the game room, which I guess when you're looking at the north elevation, that center deck and balcony, just the continuation of the main deck of the original structure. Even though there's a jog, it's too much deck. And I could see that there's a entrance from that room onto the side deck that's in between the new addition and the original structure. So I would rather see a reduction in the balcony above and an elimination of the deck on the first floor. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
I don't have a problem with the additive massing on this, going, as you're looking on the north to the left. I'm worried about the 6-foot foundation and then 26 two on top of that, making like for 32 feet. And that's without the roof walk. I think it's going to be a highly visible building, looking down the driveway of the salt marsh.
It might be.
And it's just going to be very visible because it's, there's that's a parking lot. So it's going to be very, I think it's going to overwhelm that sort of, I don't know if it's, I think it's about the story.
If I might interrupt quickly, this building is already approved by HDC, raised to this elevation. It was already approved.
It's just
And-
the roof walk.
Yeah, we are not changing it from,
The roof walks existing?
only change we are doing is roof walk on that building, but it's already approved where it sits now, where we're showing it on these plans. So we really only putting those two buildings together, connecting them.
The left side
And
is not approved yet. So you're saying on the primary mass, that structure is approved as is, where is, with the exception for the roof walk.
Okay.
secondary mass is not yet approved.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with the secondary mass. Moving along, I mean, are we going to talk about the fence now in the privet, or are we going to wait for a landscape?
There's not a landscape plan. I think if we're concerned about visual screening, we should voice our concerns now. Maybe ask him to reference the site plan so we can.
Yeah, I just had a question on when you say, I think you call out a fence.
fence.
Is it a 5-in-1 with
Yeah, 5/1, yeah. I mean,
and then
but-
you're saying there's hedge on either side?
yeah,
Yeah.
but
Um,
yeah, and there is a
because-
fence on the west, the purple color on the right side, on the east side, that's existing fence. The blue one going on the north and the west
Yeah.
is all that's proposed with
Okay.
existing hedges over there.
All right, thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that maybe a simple board fence without the trellis on top might be a little simpler, and just keep it, there's really no reason to have it at, I mean, I would keep it as low as possible. And, yeah, privet on both sides is, I think that's very nice for both, very neighborly.
Yeah.
Thing to do. So-
Thanks, Ray.
Well, seeing as most of this is approved, the roof walk has gotten too large, too wide specifically, you know, like straddling the ridge. It's just very, I can't read it, but the fact that it's 2 bays, I mean, in my mind is too wide. And I'm okay with the lower mass being appended onto this. That's it.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, how do I put it? My perspective echoes what Ray just described. I appreciate the reduction. There's no dormers on the addition now, and I've intentionally driven by this slowly a number of times, and it's visible maybe between structures, and it looks like the pool went away. So I know that's not part of the application, but I don't disagree that the roof walk feels a little wide, but otherwise I have no concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. So I agree, roof walk down to 1/3 of the overall width, and I think the depth needs to take a foot off from the viewed from the west elevation.
So basically go to existing, not changing it. Because
Is
that's
that
what
what
we
is there
added.
existing? Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
pretty much.
And then can we go to the site plan?
Oh, yeah. I must ask something.
Okay, so for me, there's a concern with North parking lot and visibility from Washington Street extension. And I think we need to add some columnar vegetation or columnar trees. So I'm gonna suggest, as appropriate, 3 that align with the larger deck on the east base. And maybe 3 equally spaced along, so 6 equally spaced along the rear of the property, beginning at the corner, the west corner of the primary mass deck, and then coming across in even increments. So it ends at the same distance from the property line, or even
Like that?
that actually, yeah. I think that'd work. Starting at the corner of the lot and working your way in. Though it's just my feeling with respect to visual screening of.
Should
As
this
Angus
be-
had said, the decks become more prominent. Who's got their volume on? The decks become more prominent at the raised level. So screening them, I think, is appropriate. Any other comments or?
Yeah, I really like that idea because it's going to sort of take away this building is going to overwhelm the parking lot. But I just was wondering, what is it when on the additive mass, what's the material in front of that building? Is it just like a lawn? It's not called
There-
out as anything. I just wanted
It
to.
will be lawn, yeah, and there,
Okay.
part of it will be
All right.
parking,
Okay, thank
which
you.
is a gravel.
Okay, and the pool's gone from the
But-
plan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, what
So-
do we like to do, folks?
Can I
Exhibit
also
A
ask,
plans?
is that all these trees and plants, are they supposed to be, have you just add them on these plans or should they be part of the landscaping application?
I think we want to address them as part of this, if this is approved, which I believe there's consensus for. We want to make it a condition of this approval, and then you can reflect them on the landscape plan.
Okay,
If you turn in a landscape plan, if there's not a pool and you've got the fence approved and you got the visual screening. I don't know what else there would be. But
Driveway
you want to-
material, did he say?
he didn't, but. The driveway's entryway is off the street, correct?
yeah, and it's gravel.
There's a garage right at the
Gravel.
end of the road and the parking space is the garage, I believe.
Right.
The parking space, the garage, and I can also show.
But
the-
that's off this lot.
There is a parking spot should be
Oh, here I see.
in front of the garage.
So you're not doing any changes to the driveway that exists?
No,
Okay, so I think we have the landscape plan in front of us with respect to fencing and vegetation. Do we have a motion for Exhibit A to, I think it was accept as submitted, subject to the planting plan?
Yeah, sounds
Uh,
nice.
I would make that motion.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say the motion would be to approve as submitted, but without the roof walk growing in size, keep it the existing size. And there would be the 6 columnar trees along the fence bordering the east.
East.
Yeah.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, carries unanimously.
And that would
Okay,
be an Exhibit A.
correct.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Matt, you're up, 30 North Beach Street.
It's not your fence, okay. So it's so freezing here. It's gonna be this weather with. It's up now.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Yes, please, Matt.
Thank you. So you've seen this twice before. The two changes that we've made, or the two remaining requests were, as you recall, we did change the building dramatically, made it L-shaped to reduce the overall street frontage. We actually were able to shift the building back even further, so it's 11 feet further back from where it was originally. We've got the figure ground to show you the existing structure versus the proposed. And then on the elevations, I think the request was to change the railing detail, which we've done. As you know, as well, too, we made a number of height reductions. And because we're in the floodplain, we have to elevate the building 5 feet out of the ground. All the buildings in the area will be the same size eventually. I thought it was worth pointing out that the ridge height, if this was not in the floodplain, would be roughly 25 feet. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Let's see, does anyone have any questions for Matthew? Your board is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and Connie. Who'd like to, anyone with concerns? Val?
I'll go.
Comment.
I appreciate all the changes Matt's made along the way. I'm glad it's at least 11 feet back. And I think the remaining concern would be the balconies.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I like so we can't use like. I love the way the roof,
It's an appeals nightmare.
yeah, it relates to the old building. It got that low
Shallow
pitch.
pitch.
Yeah, I like the way you did that. I do love the way you did that. I think the only a couple of details that might be changed, but I'm not sure. The shutters look a little hokey, sort of too country-ish. And I think the brackets also add to that. I think if you kept it simple, like just a panel shutter and
Chicer.
no brackets on the posts, I think it would relate even more to that 50s building, but
Thanks, Mel.
I was just telling Maddie
oh,
something.
oh no,
Thanks, Jerry. Wayne.
Shh, I'm happy to
Oh,
go.
yeah, that's right. Connie?
Matt, appreciate the changes. The shutters actually correspond to what's on the hotel, right?
Correct.
No.
Would they be the same color blue or?
Yes,
Okay.
and sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, the
Go ahead, Matt.
brackets are found on the main hotel as well.
Yes. And the balcony, did we talk about shingling them at one point, or I'm just throwing it out there? I
Through,
think,
through you, Mr. Chair, you did, and they were, I think that we made them the way that you had requested them, whether kind of a hybrid where they're shingled in the corner boards and then the vertical balusters in the middle. But we're happy to make them all shingled if that's what the board feels is appropriate.
I'm just throwing it out there. I thought we did have that discussion. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Thanks. Matt, I think I appreciate the changes. Number one, the roof pitches, it's leaning very close to the approval. I'm a little concerned about the balconies. Number one, I'm wondering what it would be like. Well, first of all, I think the corner boards are too much. It's a bit of a distraction. I know we might have asked for those, but having two corner boards, within 2 feet of one another, in that small space, it's kind of, well, it's atypical and I don't think it's appropriate. So I think a parapet wall there is more appropriate. If there's support for that approach. If there's not, then I would suggest that we would approve without, and then, once you get that up there, we can, have it poised and you can hold the application over, and when it's ready, we'll go into a view. And it might be a little bit.
Happy to do that just to get it.
All right. The height, I'm not thrilled about, but it's a sign of the times. Like bigger cars, so something along those lines. What do we want to do, folks?
I wanted to comment.
Go ahead.
So since the beginning, we've asked for there not to be balconies, and pretty much since the beginning, we've been asking for this to be set behind the facade of the existing hotel. And there's a way to turn this 90 degrees and have the long part go back, or change the massing to highlight the existing hotel and structure. But to have this be taller and forward, albeit 11-foot, drop back from where it was proposed before, isn't bringing it behind the facade of the original structure. So those are still my concerns. Thank you.
Thanks. Having heard everyone's thoughts, what would we like to do?
Could I offer through you, Mr. Chair, we're happy to either shingle the rail of the balconies. And if that is still a sticking point, then we could omit them and just replace them with the windows with the opportunity to come back. And for what it's worth, and I do think that the balconies, they're very small and I don't anticipate them actually being used that much, but they do two things. One, interior perspective, it's nice, it adds light, but I also think from the exterior, it adds a little bit of layering to the facade of the building. That's the rationale. And we did have bigger ones and more So we've been trying to respond to the board's comments, but I would just offer those two concessions.
Sure, thank you. I'm fine with the parapet, but there's other voices. What would we like to do? Sounds like either way it'll be an exhibit A.
I think there would be an opportunity for more balconies if it turned and was a different direction. But I would make a motion for I'd make a motion to approve without the balconies. But I wanted to include your comment, Stephen, about the corner board. I just wanted to understand that exactly, or maybe you could articulate it. And
If there's no balconies, it's not a concern, but if you look closely at the balconies, there's a parapet wall on either side. And each of them has a corner board on each side. So you have 4 corner boards in relation to each of the balconies.
So the balcony being eliminated takes care of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So it would be like a cottage
It
corner.
would just be a
Just-
roof with
Everybody know.
windows
So
under Angus's motion.
So the other part of my motion would be to step it back another 6 feet.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can't do that without pushing the building into the driveway.
Okay, we understand. On Angus's motion, let me see here.
Wait, so Angus, is your motion?
It doesn't sound like that's possible without another revision. So yeah, I guess I withdraw my,
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty
Motion.
substantial modification at this point. Okay, so you're withdrawing your motion or withdrawing that 6-foot setback?
my
Yeah.
motion.
Okay. Do we have another motion?
Can I just, can you clarify what you meant by, you're saying no balconies at all, or are you saying shingled it?
The issue is all these.
Yeah.
All the corner boards.
Right.
So what I was suggesting is that if there's going to be
A balcony.
balcony, 2 balconies, that it would be a parapet wall,
Just shingled.
shingle.
Shingle.
full- Yeah.
Shingled, so it's got like,
Probably a woven corner.
Yeah.
in a woven corner. Okay,
And if
gotcha.
they're not there, then Matt, the applicant always has an opportunity to come back through their agent with modifications at a later date.
Okay.
But I'm fine with the parapet shingle.
Too, I like it.
Okay, Val, your mic's off.
I was gonna make a motion to approve without the balconies.
Okay. So that would be, I don't think we'll actually need an exhibit A for that. Well, actually, we should just put a little red X on them. And just, I would say, is that without prejudice?
Yes,
Okay.
But
So-
what happens to the French door then?
it goes away and it becomes a window.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be no balcony windows. On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Nay.
Connie,
I,
Abby,
I kind of like the idea of the parapet. Me too.
yes.
Me too. I would say no.
So you said no, you said no. You said yes,
can I change to no?
the vote hasn't closed.
Okay, because I like the parapet.
And I just want to be clear in every regard, when we say like, we mean appropriate,
Appropriate,
or at least approvable.
yes.
And I'm a no, just for the sake of going with the parapet. Do we have another motion?
So I'll make a motion to approve with the balconies going to a shingled parapet wall
As exhibit A?
as exhibit A.
Let's see, on the motion, Angus.
Can I understand that? So there wouldn't be any corner boards like cottage corner or
Yeah,
it's,
Cottage corner.
Cottage corner.
yeah, yeah, my issue is still being forward. So I'm a nay.
No. You're a no?
I'm a no.
I'm sorry, can't,
I'm a no, sorry.
no, okay. Abby,
I'm a yes.
Val,
No,
no, Connie,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. But we're,
Right.
We're all over the place.
okay, so record reflect 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Commissioner Oliver and McLeod.
Thank you all very much for your time. on
Thanks for
this.
that.
Thanks.
Okay, now we're on to the same property, Hartscape.
Thank you.
So it should be popping up soon. So good evening. This landscape kind of involved, you've never heard this landscape, so I don't even know who is my board. This been
Board.
tracked with the architecture.
Your board is going to track the last application, I think.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think it should. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know anything.
Perfect. So,
So support.
perfect. So,
Thank
with initial, it was actually initially on a consent list. Then it's supposed to withdraw and I didn't come in time. The question was, the objection was I had proposed a little bit of the pergola at the entry to the backyard, or to the courtyard, rather say. However, it was withdrawn to track with the application. So I just want to tell you, I still did a change. We are not proposing any more like a pergola structure at the entry. This would be just gated entry. As you can see, the landscape itself is matching the other part of the hotel. We are integrating the boardwalk, which is characteristic for the older part of the hotel. Then we have a brick walkways and some little path to connect. All interior courtyard would be really not visible to the public, but just so you have an understanding, it would have a continuous brick walkway, so you can access the rooms and landscape without entering the courtyard. This is a piston area set within the garden for any events. And the parking in the front, which usually it's used at the same time as a loading off zone, it would be the grass paved green parking. So it's kind of combination of the pavers and green joints, all set in a private or enclosed in a private hatch with some trees within.
Okay.
And ultimately, just one comment, there are 2 small arbors proposed on each side of the interior space, again, not visible to the public.
Okay. Any questions for Mirko?
I have one. The boardwalk comes all the way out to the street,
That's correct.
and so the brick walkway that's now in front of the building that's there is gonna continue all the way across, or it's stopping at the boardwalk?
It will, so the boardwalk leads to the front door and then brick walkway kind of goes sideways, so it's connects in the front of the other part of the hotel. Yes, and it's surrounded with the lawn on each side, so try to preserve that open space to the public.
So I'm looking at the picture you provided, the existing building, the brick sidewalk is not a town sidewalk that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. If you were referring to this, that is the town walkway. Yes. That would be this part. This is interior, just so the guests don't need to go on the public space. Interior, they can just connect to the other part of the building. So that's interior connector.
So the light line that's showing here is there anything here? Just lawn?
That is the fence, picket
Okay.
fence with the roses and some climbers.
So that the interior brick is partitioned from the common public sidewalk by a
And-
fence with roses. So
That
that,
like the fence that's there?
Well, or similar. We can do picket fence or picket fence. We can do split rail, but I am more proposing to match the architecture type 2. Picket fence type 2. So there will be the separation between the public walkway and the front yard of this building.
Anything else? No.
No.
Right, let's see, Abby?
Thank you right now. I think that's kind of overkill. I mean, you got the public sidewalk and then yeah, I think just simple stepping stones is
Okay.
just something with grass around it and keep it simple.
Okay, Angus?
Yeah, I'm okay with pretty much the whole plan, except for this, what seems like a redundant walkway. And it seems too close to the town walkway, to be another brick walkway. So, if a walkway had to be there, I would probably be matching the deck of the entrance to of the hotel than to do the brick, which I think would really like call attention to the redundancy of it.
And if I may just, we can also push it away from the public way, closer to the garden. I would just kind of try to maybe suggest if that's visually, again, help to offset this two walkway. I still would prefer to have a walkway just for the guest. But I like the suggestion of changing to the boardwalk or pavers.
Anything else, Angus?
No, so if a walkway has to happen, I would have it as up next to the garden and get as much lawn separation between the town sidewalk and this walkway. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie, before you go, can I ask a question? What's the boardwalk material?
The one which was installed was IPE, so we would match the IPE.
Sorry, eBay?
IPE decking, yes.
Okay. And is there any consideration if you're gonna move that boardwalk closer to the plant material to make that ePay? And then have like a smaller planting in front of it? So when you're walking down the sidewalks, what you see is a boardwalk there, but it won't be grass boardwalk plants. There'll be a boardwalk flanked by some plant materials.
Just if I may, just to clarify for myself, if this is the boardwalk and we move the
As
side,
opposed to the brick.
yeah, I'm absolutely happy to do the boardwalk.
Basically utilizing, they're not introducing another material. Brick is too formal, it's confusing, perhaps redundant.
Yeah,
So I'm just want to understand if that's a potential.
that's absolutely potential. I love the idea. And I think that's well simplified and absolutely could see the point of have a two brick parallel running might be almost overdone. So I do prefer
Thank you.
the
Connie?
change of material.
I have a question. What
Yeah. It's a hard, it's a,
looks like the boardwalk?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a dark brown.
Yeah, that sounds.
It's just the
appropriate.
harder, durable material for
Yeah,
public
I-
space.
That's more appropriate than the brick.
Thank you.
Okay, I happen to think that that's a really appropriate idea, so I would support that. What do we want to do, folks? Well, is there any questions on any of the rest of that?
Well, which way do the boards go?
They'll,
Like a,
well, so these run left to right, and I presume these will run left to right.
Yeah.
And then this will actually move closer to the plants, and then you'll have
Yeah.
some plant material here, so you have the lawn space. And then you see some plant material and behind it, you'll see the walk. It just seems more traditional.
Yeah.
how wide is that, America? It's like
I would say for two people comfortable to walk next to each other would be 48.
Is 48, that's 48 inches?
Yeah, this
Main
part.
or the main or the secondary?
Oh, the main one is wider. Main one is matching the porticos of the front building. So that actually might be closer to 8.
And 48, just a
Would be
question,
that si-
because it's a commercial property and you may have two people walking
Yeah.
side by side.
Yeah, so the guests don't have to be like a ducks line up in a line.
Hence,
Just-
just additional plant material along the roadside would be more appropriate to make it look smaller.
And just to, if you're suggesting to add more planting here, happy to do it as well against the fence.
And I think we want to get clear on the direction of the boards of the boardwalk, because it's an important characteristic. Traditionally, they don't run the long way out here on Nantucket. Unless there's a couple of land bank properties, there might be a couple that are left over like that, but problem, because it's winters, yeah.
So I think I just marked up the direction. Would this work
Yeah, that, I mean, for me, I don't know.
Yeah.
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 which is very
Yeah.
traditional.
1 year, 2 years, Abby,
I'm a no. I
Abby?
think it's, yeah, too much.
Angus?
It's the connection to the town sidewalk that is just like, there isn't another boardwalk that comes to the town sidewalk anywhere. So this would be a first. And
Oh, there is on the main hotel. Main hotel actually has this being approved as a boardwalk right here. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. Or it has
It is.
you know what, actually it's a side of where the bikes are parking might be boardwalk then. I thought I had a boardwalk though. Can I just? Yeah, no, that's boardwalk. I'm positive that's boardwalk.
Okay, so we have precedent on the property. Does that say anyone's mind?
all right, so I would make a motion to approve as submitted with the elimination of the brick sidewalk that runs parallel with Beach Street. That becomes a boardwalk of the same, minor width, whatever that width is there. Is that 4 feet or 3 feet?
I would prefer 48 if that's acceptable.
And with planting on the roadside of that.
Perfect. Let's say the volume of this would be acceptable, or we would like to infill full with the plants. Either way, it's okay with me.
I think just a border plant.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Stephen's idea of along the boardwalk, which obscures the view of it a little bit more
Okay.
with lawn in between. Is it necessary for me to do an exhibit A of
I think
that?
so, just be
All right.
cleaner.
So I would do an exhibit A.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby.
I am an I. Yes, nay, yes.
I'm gonna ask for clarity.
I'm a yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you're a yes, nay, yes, I am, or, okay.
Yeah, I was.
Abby, I'm sorry, Val,
Yes, I.
yeah, let's go with ayes,
Okay.
or no's. Connie,
Aye.
thank you, and I'm an aye. Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
And we are on to 55 Baxter, that is Angus, acting chair.
Which one are we, where's the little? Yeah.
Catherine, I've just promoted.
Do it
panel.
as I finish
Range.
with this.
So this is an addition.
Okay, so do we have someone presenting?
Yes, Catherine Truman here, the architect presenting. Can you hear me?
Welcome, Kathy.
Hi.
So your board is Camp, Oliver, Patton, and Paul. And me as the chair. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Great. I will share my screen. So when we were here before, we were asked to clarify a couple of things. One of which was to be more clear in explaining what of this building was original and what was going to be changed. So we put together a more detailed analysis of each elevation. And I'm happy to go through those. We also were asked to show 2 different options for the addition. One with a panel that references the front elevation, and then one with shingles that ties in with the actual body of the house. And then we also were asked to add additional views from the bluff walk because we have not included those, and to make sure that we were bubbled all of the changes in red, not black, which was our mistake. So if you've had a chance to go through this, that's great. We went through, and this is a summary page where I went through and outlined on each elevation what was original based on old photographs and then what had changed. It was backed up by the the documentation that we had for each of the facades. Some of it are straight on views, showing what had changed on each facade. Interestingly, the more that I was looking at these photographs in detail, found even more had changed than I had initially thought. On the east side, the rhythm of the posts had been changed. There had been a post in the middle, and now there was a space in the middle. Dormers had been added. So in bulk, we have a house that is, I think, spiritually very similar to what it was originally, but has been adjusted and tweaked and modified over the course of many years. And I'm happy to go through these in more detail. We also provided additional renderings showing the panel options, the addition being here, that extension. We were looking at extending the porches and then creating a small area of infill. So this first version shows the views where the treatment of the wall surface was a panel that related to the existing west entry. So through those, we did add views from the bluff walk, showing the corners and more from the bluff walk. Then this next round, this is the addition with a shingled treatment of the wall. I will also note we pulled this back. We pulled this new addition back another 6 inches to just expose that corner even more than we had before. So flip through here. These are the shingle with the flare. Then the hardline drawings, we added the changes in red, which we had and bubbled them in red, which we had not had before. I know we're on a time limit, so I'm happy to go into anything in more detail, but those were the items we were asked to look at.
Thank you, Catherine. Does anyone have questions? Hearing none, would anyone like to start?
This is Joe speaking. I'll start if you'd
Thanks,
like.
Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Catherine, I appreciate the amount of information here that's graphically pretty easy to read and follow. So that's helpful. I think both approaches are sensitive to this existing structure, and I could almost go either way on the shingled version versus the paneled version. And I guess I should back up and just say I don't have a concern with the amount of addition or the placement of the addition. I think that they preserve the elements, the character defining elements of the structure, and really appreciate that the main roof isn't affected. The panels definitely, I think, add a lightness to this. And I think that's where I lean in terms of preference. I'm verbalizing that because if fellow board members are also on the fence, then I think it's helpful to know where I sit on it. But I appreciate, even with the shingled ones, that you've stepped the fenestration back so that the bracket detail still exists, and it really still does feel like a porch that's been infilled. So I think it's overall a sensitive design to a really important house. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Who's next?
I'll go.
Go, Val.
I think I'm in love with the shingled version. I wouldn't change a thing.
Thanks, Val. Connie or Abby?
Go ahead, Connie.
I do like the panel, but I think the shingle is more appropriate, so I could go either way. But it's a very nice, appropriate design, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Abby?
Yeah, I have, this house is so symmetric. Every time I think I'm looking at the right elevation and but yeah, I'm a shingle gal on this one. I think the panels bring it to too high a Victorian. And this is, you know, the shingles keep it simple. And yeah, I would go with that. I appreciate stepping on that where you said you pulled it back a little bit more from the corner, giving the old house its, you know, its due. So I think it's quite a nice addition to this historic house.
Thank you, Abby. So I still have a concern about how close the additions on either side are to the facade. I appreciate the pushback of 6 inches, but I was hoping that we would be looking more at feet. I'm just concerned about sort of the monolith of the whole facade reading as one piece as opposed to these wings or additions that have always been set back a good distance from the facade. I see Joe's point about the paneling. There is a lightness that lets the original main structure be highlighted with the weight of the shingles. Typically, I would be more in favor of shingles up to the rail height. But I think that with all that said, there's enough of the fenestration and painted trim to sort of separate these additions from the main structure. So I think I could go either way, and it sounds like everyone's leaning towards the shingle. Would someone like to make a motion? Oh, hang on just a second. Holly, do you have a comment?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, whoever makes a motion, that we include more of the historic information on the flagship, which is included in staff comments under historic info. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a lot of historic information here, which is great, but it sounds like we could still add the rest, which is available from Holly. So back to a
I'll
motion.
try. I make a motion to approve as submitted with the shingle rail version and to include Holly's historic information in the folder.
On your motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I am an I as well. Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah,
Thank you.
pretty nice.
Very.
Yeah.
All right, 115 Cliff, Vale Oliver.
I'm just, I don't know if Chuck is here. Chuck is here.
Chuck
Yeah.
is here.
Is it on a screen share?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Right.
Check up emergency to panelists.
Chuck, are you here?
Yes.
I see your hand. Do you want a screen share?
I think.
Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Chuck. Good afternoon. So your board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, Connie.
Let me know when you can see the screen and I will.
Good to go.
All right, we were asked to show basically three things. One was lower eaves on the far left, far right, gambrels, single dormers versus double dormers, and the front windows, cottage versus double hung. Before we begin, preference that is on the screen is our preference as well as our clients. But I did want to just make sure I showed everything that the board asked, because I feel like we made a lot of progress at the last round. We looked at lowering the eaves on the right and left in several different ways. One was via roof lines. Really, the gambrels get very complicated, and they become disjointed if they're just not connected, and pitches are different. We also reached out to our client. His mother is part of this family, and introducing a step down in the house is not something they wanted to entertain. So we came up with this hybrid idea of lowering the eave by extending it down and keeping it open with a trellis that would eventually the whole sides of the house, and this trellis would be engulfed with, vines and greenery.
Okay. Thank you.
And want to show you, so this would just want to show you that this would be the side profile. So from the edge of it, you would see this gambrel come down, shed out, but then from the inside of it, you would actually get those outriggers that would allow everything to show through. So that is how we attempted to address the lower eave question. The double dormer and the cottage to double hung, you can see here in this option. So we went from 2 singles to 1 larger. We do feel that that's just top heavy. And our opinion again on the double hungs versus the cottage style is, with the cottage style, we had consistent divided lights throughout the entire property almost. So we definitely prefer the original over that as well.
Okay. Anything else?
So nope, I'm happy to toggle back and forth for your comparison, however you need.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Abby?
What, yeah, okay, maybe I'm looking at this wrongly, but on the second floor in the dormers, they're 3 by 4, so they're 12 light, no, is that right? 12 lights? No, 3 by 3,
Which?
3 by 3, 9. No, then the second floor in the dormers,
Yeah, that's 9 light, or 6 over 3.
6 over 3s.
Yeah.
6 over 3s, okay.
Yes.
So that's a bar.
So
That's
weighted
sort of a sash, okay. Gotcha. I couldn't understand how they were double hung. Okay. Yeah, sorry, that was my only question.
And Chuck, can you confirm that those are indeed as proposed double hung?
Yeah, with the smaller lower sash.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yes, they are.
I can continue a little bit if you want.
I'd like to see if anyone else has any questions, and if
If-
not, then you can go, and if,
Not much.
okay, Abby, go ahead.
So I still think this is reading as very boxy, sort of a more English manner. It's coming across to me as, maybe it's the windows on the first floor are so elongated that it just I would just do 6 over 6s in some form on the first floor, and I would just do 6 over 6s somehow in the dormer. And I don't know what that gambrel would become, but on the left side, I would bring that down a little bit more to get rid of the symmetry and the boxiness of, the way this is visualized. I mean, the way I visualize it, it just is coming across as too square and boxy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray?
I'm actually very happy with this design, how it's progressed, and I appreciate your indulging me on the single dormers that I had requested on either side, but I'm really in favor, now that I see them all, in favor of the option A, which I believe is the one that you prefer.
It is.
Now, having said all that, one thing sort of, I think it was the perspective views brought out the fact that on the, let's see, this would be the west side, you have a box bay and you've got a pergola and you've got sort of this 4 either fixed doors or whatever facing west. Pretty sure that's west. And it's all white. And I think that, in terms of formality, that's way over the top. So I'm hoping, and this is really my only request here, is like the pergola went natural and some of the elements of the box bay and or the first floor below it that has white paneling, that could be more naturalized with shingle. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
Um, yeah, for me, those pergola things out front are not the solution for dropping the eave, so there isn't this continuous eave from east to west. Um, I believe that can still drop a foot or so just to articulate a difference in eave height between the wings and the main mass. And I think that fixes a few things. The other thing is on the east and west, the gambrel, the reverse gambrels that are running perpendicular to the main mass are too close to the dormers are too close to the end gambrels. In other words, they either need to set back a foot or so, or they need to break after the window and step back or be, eliminated. So it's like a two-window dormer. But it's too much of a, like if you go to the option A, west elevation, which is page 13.
There it is. Oh.
Yeah, it's this part here that either needs to get cut back there, or the whole thing needs to get set back a foot, but it's not, yeah, it's reading too much as just one continuous wall. Those are oh, and I agree about the facade and the size of the windows. The second floor windows should just be a repeat on the first floor, with 6/6 instead of the 6/9s. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, the chimney. It's so awkward how the roof walk is not encompassing the chimney. It looks way too high. And then to have the roof walk set back from the main mass ridge is awkward. So that needs a fix. Either chimneys on either side of the roof walk, or moving the roof walk forward, but something needs to happen so that it doesn't present as it currently is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
This stole my comment about the roof walk. I think we need to maybe reduce the size and incorporate the chimney somehow. And I would be in favor of option A. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so first and foremost, I appreciate the extra work you did to try and come up with a solution, Chuck, with lowering the rates. I don't think there's going to be any support for that. It's just unconventional. It's
Agreed.
certainly not traditional. The concern I have remains the 10-foot tall ceilings on the first floor. The windows, I think, are outside. That makes the first floor windows outsized in an inappropriate and unapprovable manner. I think a foot off the height of the building reflected in the windows below would be not only beneficial but appropriate. The widths would have to be adjusted slightly so you maintain the correct proportions of the lights in the sash. I'm not as concerned about the 6/9 configuration, but I think the 6/6 needs to be reflected on the second floor dormers. I think that dormer configuration that's presented here is more appropriate than the wide dormers. The roof walk as proposed is absolutely a no-go, including with respect to the chimney and with respect to its overall width, which should be no more than 1/3 of the length of the ridges. Can we go to the west? I agree, tone down the trim work on, and perhaps, well, certainly the pergola, and I think the second floor element. The trim colors, I presume, are white.
Oh, God, I don't think so.
It's rendered that way.
Yeah, Chuck?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, I think white is not working in your favor here.
Structural.
A couple other things, the dormer to the rear, what's the visibility of that on the west elevation?
It's not visible.
Okay. The other thing that is foreign, and I think it has to do with the window size. Can you go back to the elevations? What's your trim detail? Is that a 1x4?
Where are you at? Up here?
All your window casings and your side and head
Yes.
casing?
Yes.
So the windows are so large that it makes the trim look tiny. It almost makes it look like.
We were asked in a previous to lower, to make it all smaller.
Yeah, well, I think the problem is that the windows are so large that it makes the trim look smaller than traditional. And it's not smaller than traditional, but it looks dramatically smaller than traditional.
Can I?
Yeah.
Here, sorry, what was your name? Who's Chuck? If you look at the width of the sash is equal to or almost equal to the size of the casing, and that's never happens. The sash is like half the width of a casing. So there's something wrong with the scale, that's all.
Okay, so your jam stop, so now you're zoomed in and we see your jam extension, your jam stops. So that helps to break down that width of the sash. But still, the proportion, I don't want to harp on this, but I want to be really clear. The proportion of the windows overall is tremendously large. And it is so large that it is creating the perception that a traditional trim detail is tiny. And I think that has to change. And part of that change is lowering that first floor ceiling, because then it starts to create a massing that is conducive to more appropriately sized windows. Can we go back to the west, please? Okay, yeah, I'm all right with that. The comments I made previously. Oh, the roof walk. So the roof walk is typically never square. So this concept, it's always typically about half or less the width, left to right from the front. So this is more, I mean, I'm, hyperbole here, but this is more like a helicopter landing pad in its proportions. So that obviously needs to be modified. Can we go to the rear elevation? Visibility on this?
0.
Okay, I think all the first floor fenestration will benefit from downsizing the ceiling height. East. Yeah, same thing on the first floor fenestration. I think it would be I think the triple gang windows in the bay are a very appropriate detail, and lowering them proportionate to lowering the ceiling would be appropriate. And the visibility of this is only going to be obliquely from cliff.
Yeah, through an opening in the driveway.
Okay, so I'm not worried about the transom over the door. Okay, those are my comments. What do we want to do, folks?
Can I
Make a
speak?
motion.
Can I just speak to the board for a
Yeah,
second?
go ahead.
So we got out of our last hearing and there was a lot of good feedback, and there was a summary that was stated that we were to look at 3 things. We had already exhausted the window options in the dormers. We had already exhausted and got everyone's approval on the widow's walk. Nothing has changed on that. The rear dormers, all of that. I mean, it was literally said at the last hearing that the summary was, we're almost close to the finish line. It's these 3 things. And yet again, the finish line changes. I have no problem with the windows, the trim. what we were looking at, saying that the trim needs to be a little bit larger in the proportions of the building in relation to the windows. I think that's all part of it. But when we start going back and talking about all of these other things, we're literally changing the finish line yet again. And I don't know what to tell my client. I mean, it was so positive coming out of the last one. And if we go back and we reread the notes, and I would love Val to step in and I would love to hear her feelings on this as well. But the
Chuck-
summary was so clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Chuck. Val?
I do agree with Chuck. You guys have talked about the Widow's Walk in the past, and they've modified it somewhat, but the last meeting, we really thought this was going to be a slam dunk, and there are things getting mentioned now that were not before. So I think everyone needs to review what was said.
Okay, thank you both for your comments. As you both know, the HDC is the authority having jurisdiction over these matters. Full discretion. Reviewing this application has been a challenge from the start. The height has not changed the first floor ceiling. It has been noted that the proportions were not appropriate. Whether that's in the minutes or not, I don't know.
Which all changed. Even the roof
Thank you,
lines
Chuck.
changed.
I gave you the floor, and I would appreciate it if you did the same. Out of
Sure.
respect. Thank you. You've heard our comments, and I think we're at the point where we're going to ask for a motion for revisions.
Please be clear on the revisions.
You can listen to the tape.
I need a summary though, not just one-offs from one person when it was clear last time and now it's not clear again. I mean, I understand your jurisdiction, but I mean,
Chuck,
if I appease one, I'm not appeasing another. I mean,
Chuck?
this has got to be 8 times.
Chuck. Has it actually been 8?
It's the number.
I might be
Okay, so-
exaggerating, but not a lot. I mean, we've made monumental
Chuck,
changes
Chuck,
to this.
please, Chuck. A little exaggeration is 25%, not double.
Oh, it's not. I'm not
what-
double, sir.
Well, you said
Nowhere near.
8, not 4. So I don't
It's-
want to go
it's been
back
more
and
than
forth.
4.
Chuck, can we address?
Yes.
How about I just move to hold for revisions?
Yeah, and Chuck, the HDC is not necessary, if there is a clear consensus opinion, then we're happy to provide it. It's not gamesmanship or, trying to keep you in the dark in any way. But if there isn't a clear consensus, then your role as the applicant's agent is to decipher what's been said, weigh the thoughts, weigh the comments, and come back with a revision that you think will pass. And that's what's been handed to you. On the motion, Ray,
Aye.
Connie, Angus,
I know.
Abby,
Aye.
that.
and I'm an aye. Thank you. Okay. We are now on to,
We skipped some. I mean, we are going to skip some because, oh wait. Let's see, Maxi Pond.
On Maxi Pond.
Chip.
Chip's here, right?
I'm here, Lucas, to represent.
Good evening, Lucas. So your board is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and Joe.
Alrighty, we think this is a pretty straightforward one. I think this is the 3rd time we've been in front of you guys for this particular structure. Every time we've been bringing back the feedback to the client, so we definitely conveyed the board's concern of the structure's proximity to the town land to their north. As we mentioned last time, originally they had been reserving the interior side of the driveway for a future structure. From all of the concerns, they've decided to forgo that, change plans here. So, big change on behalf of the client, and flip the proposed location for this guest house from the north side of the driveway to the south. So I'll share screen and make it quick. All right, is everyone seeing the screen?
Yep. Yes.
Awesome. So dashed in previous location, new location, interior to the site. I will flip up to some existing photos. So from the driveway access, you can see the main house. The guest house would be to its left. Certainly visible, but just primarily roof lines. And from the townland on the north side, we think similarly minimal visibility. What you will see has can remain fairly consistent to the original submission. We made some minor modifications on some of the elevations. You can see in the rear here. This would be to the south side to a private lot. And then the east and west, the side facing the driveway would be this elevation or the east elevation. And we have a little key plan for that. I think that's a good summary, and to the board.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone have any questions for Lucas?
I have one question. And
Okay.
that's, thank you. In that first page, I guess it's page number 3 that has the overview with the locus plan and the site photos. Have they just not been updated where it's saying guest house location and it's pointing to where it was originally planned for? Because it seems like it would be to the left of the house rather than to the right of the main house.
Great catch, Angus. Yes, you're spot on. Yeah, that was the previous location, so that little annotation is incorrect now. It would basically be mirrored on the main house.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. Any other questions? Who'd like to begin? Concerns or comments? Val?
I'm trying to blow it up. Give me a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my question.
There's no northeast, southwest. Okay,
I think that.
I
is
think
fixed.
it's north.
Get a better view.
I know.
Yes.
I don't have time to do that. The view, that's the front with the garage doors. And I believe that's what faces, north. Is my only real concern. It's very atypical. The garage doors, I can't tell what's happening with the little square, if that's like a peekaboo shutter that goes up and there's a window. But also to have a door with big side lights. It just needs to be extremely simple, almost like a barn.
Thanks, Val. Who's next?
I can go. This is Joe.
Hey, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what Val said. There's a but coming. But the existing house has some, I'll call them contemporary details on it. This is interior to the property, and I think the relocation for me does everything, goes from not being appropriate to being appropriate, moving it away from the cemetery or the burial ground there. So I have no concerns. I think it's appropriate in consideration of what's existing. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
Well, I'm hoping there's a lot of vegetation between the driveway and the circle and the house. So now I'm confused as to which side the cemetery is on. Is the guest cottage designed? Okay, so it's switched to the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, very good. I don't know. I think this depends on visibility. It does have a modern flair to it. It's boxy. It's got flush dormers, but I think hopefully some vegetation will sort of soften that look from the circle there.
Thanks, Abby. Angus?
So I would echo the concerns about the contemporary details that may be matching the house, but it's not really visible from the road, or it's a very distant view, and you're just catching, like, from the porch up from the circle. And my concern is what you would see, because this is what's proposed is going to be facing the cemetery. So I would want to make sure that there's screening in place not to see that. And then my other concern, which has been from the first review, is the flush dormer that goes pretty much end to end, which is now oriented towards the south. And I think that, if there were like a porch roof that went across that whole elevation, that would change things immensely. But to have that high face, the shingle course between the eave and the head casings of the windows, it seems too much. So I would either reduce the dormer size and or step it back, and definitely bring the eave down to the meeting rail of the windows where we normally would have those, and get rid of the shingle line above the windows. And that's all. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
I'm not on.
Oh, you're not?
Sorry.
Oh, Joe, we got Joe and Val. Guess it's just me. Can we go to the site plan?
Are you seeing the site plan?
Yeah.
Great.
Good. Okay. Yeah. I think due to limited or lack of visibility, it's approvable as submitted. I appreciate the relocation and the rest of the changes. Thank you. What do we want to do?
I'll try a motion. I would motion to approve as submitted, due to minimum visibility and details that are matching the existing structure.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Anything on maintaining the vegetation in perpetuity?
Yeah, I think that would be a smart thing to add to the motion.
Okay, thanks. So there's our motion. On your motion, Joe.
Aye.
Let's see, I've colored over everyone's name. Abby?
I was just, can I just sneak in there? Should I say second that motion for a second?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that the trim looks like is it white and a black sash? Is that what it is? And that would be the same on the,
I think it's
on
to
the-
match Lucas, the trim, the colors match the structure, the existing structure, correct?
Exactly. It's a custom color, but it's just very close to platinum. So it's a gray, a slightly beige gray, and then the window trim or the window sash is black. It matches the main house though.
Thank you.
thank
Abby?
you. I'm an I
I'm an I. Okay, great. Val?
with the added vegetation that he said he would put in.
I'm an I as well.
Thank you. Angus?
I'm a no.
Angus is a no. I'm an I. For the record, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Angus. Okay. Thanks, Lucas.
Quick, yeah, absolutely, guys. Thanks so much. And quickly, so we plan to increase some of the vegetation. Does that refer to any specific areas or
No,
just
it's
general?
maintained.
Just maintained all
Yeah.
around? All right, that's
So,
clear.
how that'll play
Curious.
out is in the future, we'll just, if there's ever a problem, we'll look back at the GIS map and the Google map by year, and someone will come out there and request planting. Okay, you
Sounds
good?
perfect. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Okay, so we're holding 58 Nobodere Sports Court. Do we have anyone, butters or any concerns on that?
No, I emailed them and told them it was being held.
Okay, and this is the first time
I don't know.
okay, so we need to make a note to please track it. because we have a best practice in place that, Yep.
I don't believe that it's been, I think this is the second time it would be heard, so I would say no.
okay, so we'll make a note that this was, okay, 5 Meter Street and Ray is acting chair.
Peter Street is also held. It's
Five-
Linda's.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Linda had a
Linda's
death in the
has a death in the
family.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, 44 Nonantum, Angus, you're up as acting chair.
Thank you. So do we have representation?
We do, Mr. Chair. He is online. His name is Tom.
Good evening, Tom. Your board will be myself, Abby Camp, Belle Oliver, Connie Patton, and Joe Paul. You can begin your presentation whenever you like. Oh, Tom, I think you're muted.
We starting with the main house? The new dwelling?
Tom, you're muted.
There, sorry, I believe I should be unmuted now.
Yeah.
I apologize. I got to get this thing to go away so you can see the whole screen. We took the meeting minutes from and the feedback from our last presentation, and we've come back with a number of revisions. And I want to just start with these images, which show you the proposed building with the proposed vegetation. We will be submitting a landscape plan with Stimson, the Stimson Studio Landscape Architects, but they have given us the plant material to show in the context, the building in the context of the proposed plant material. And on this page, you can see we have the plants identified. Some of the major points that we've done, again, same thing, the view from the west. This is a view from Miles Standish with the upper image being the buildings without the proposed plants, the lower image being the proposed plants, which will be in a subsequent landscape plan submitted by Stimson. This is just the context showing the view, existing view along Miles Standish. And then this is an internal view seen from within the site of the guest house looking back towards the main house. Bear with me a second, my screen is loading very slowly. The main points that I apologize, I don't know why my screen is not loading the images. I just had them up a second ago. I may have to ask my associate to bail me out. Oh, here we go. These are revised elevations of the view from Belvedere and the view from Miles Standish. And then I want to just get to the before and after images. The upper one is the current presentation we're giving you now, which I want to summarize the changes. We have lowered the eaves all around to get the eaves to line up with the match rail on the double hung windows. We have reduced the size of the west bay. We have reduced throughout the window sizes. They've all gotten smaller proportionally. We've worked to make sure all the lights are the same size. We have lowered the ridge height on the east gable relative to the west gable, and then we further lowered the cross ridge of the connecting form to give some priority and to the west gable. We've differentiated the front door with a traditional 12 over 1 panel door, which would be done in Nantucket blue. We have got rid of the transoms that we formerly had on the south-facing porch. On the west side of the building, we have, again, we've, that's not me, sorry.
Tom,
That's the time.
that's the
Okay.
timer for your
All right, sorry.
presentation. We're not going to cut you off, but if you could wrap it up, that would be
Yeah, sure.
helpful.
I'll go. I apologize. Again, we've lowered the eaves. We've reduced the size of the west bay. We've eliminated the louvers and the gables. And we've changed the detailing on the bay from panels to shingles. So now that we have basically the only painted elements we have are the sash. Everything else is going to be naturally weathering. So that's it on the main building.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions for the applicant, commissioners? Otherwise, please go ahead with your comments.
I could
Um,
Go ahead, Abby.
Oh, wait, Joe wants to go.
Joe.
Oh,
all right.
I was just stepping in because there was silence, but I don't mind going if you want me to start.
Please go ahead, Joe. Thanks.
Sure. You know what? Overall, I thought even the first time around that the massing was appropriate. There's a nice mixture of additive massing, and this turns the corner with the gable facing the side road there. And I think that the adjustments that have been made to the fenestration and some of the, I don't know, a little more atypical elements being removed, like the vents and the transoms, that that this feels appropriate. Appreciate the even the modifications to the light sizes of the windows and the doors, especially. And I mean, I really don't have, nothing jumps out to me as being inappropriate. The with one exception, potentially, the bay that is on the side that has a little bit of a shallow pitched hip roof. I think if that had a steeper pitch to it, I think that would be more appropriate. It reads a little bit of as a contemporary element. And I'm trying not to pay attention to the vegetation as that's not much of an impact for me, in my opinion of this. But that's really the only element that stands out as maybe being a little bit unusual. Everything else I think works for this neighborhood. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. So we've got Val, Connie, and Abby. Abby, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I could give it a stab. I appreciate the changes in the windows. I think it's a little more easily accepted now, a little more Nantucket-y. I do think it still appears to me as boxy. And I think the connector, the balconies connecting the two massings, that's unusual. I would just nix that and do the three windows, or center the front door and do a little Juliet balcony in the middle. But it's getting a little hotelish looking to me. Maybe it's an upside down house, but yeah, going back on the sides, that seems a little bit more of a Nantucket home. But this does have some unusual details. But I do appreciate the change in the window sizes. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Val and Connie.
I also appreciate the simplification, removing the transoms and all that stuff. I still do have a concern with the west and east connector, glass connector. That's all doors, and the ginormous doors on the east that are, I don't even know what height, 8 something. And the fenestration on the north rear, but you may not see that because it's between masses. So I think the connector more than anything.
Thanks, Val. Connie.
Yeah, I don't really have much else to add. I was going to say the same. I appreciate the changes in the fenestration, but I'm concerned about the north, which may not be visible. It still seems overly fenestrated. And the connector, it's just one mass of windows, which I think is atypical. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that just leaves me, and I appreciate the drop in the eave in that south elevation facing Nanantum. That I can't help but to think that this is basically a block away from the beach, somewhat rural, but getting a lot of infill and development. But a lot of the vegetation seems very s-
Exuberant.
well, atypical for a beachside situation. I'm not sure how viable it's going to grow. So that has to do with the screening, which has to do with, what are we going to see at the end of the day of what's being proposed. And the windows are still uh, 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 disproportionately large or long, rather. I think they can still shrink a little bit, maybe even or would be the same size as the second floor 6/6s. Um, I agree about the bay needing a pitched roof above it. The connector that is visible along Miles Standish, while we often discourage that, I'm almost wondering if the glass is going to be less less obtrusive than having windows that are set in a wall with all the trim. And again, I think it could use screening. Um, but yeah, those are my thoughts. Uh, board members, what's your pleasure?
I think we've given him some comments. I'm not sure. Do you have any questions about the comments?
Well, I just had a few questions. But one of them, we did consider the issue of the roof on the west facing bay that Joe brought up. We feel that we're certainly happy to add the roof. Our only argument is that we don't think you're going to see it. If you think about the normal eye height perspective looking at it, you're looking up at that roof. So unless you went to an exuberantly steep roof, we don't think we're going to see it. But we're happy to add a pitched roof to that if necessary. Regarding the balcony at the front, it is sort of an upside down house in that we're working to screen the house from Nonantum. So keep in mind, we're getting rid of the two curb cuts on Nonantum, which will give us the opportunity to put some plants there. We will not have much of a view from the first floor because of the plants. And the major view for the clients will be from the second floor. And that's why they felt that the second floor balcony is relatively important to their use of the space. They'll give a chance to look over the parking lot and out towards the water. The question about the north, I understand, we certainly understand that the amount of glazing we're proposing on the north is not something that's typical for the island, but it cannot be seen from the public way or Miles Standish or anywhere. We just want the board to know we have actually been working with the abutter to the north. We will be granting him a view easement over the site from his property, limiting vegetation, limiting to any structures to a height of 12 feet and vegetation of 12 feet. So we are, although the view from the north isn't seen from the public way, that the abutter is certainly going to see it, and we are working with him to address any concerns, and we're close to having a view easement negotiated with him.
Thanks, Tom. Could I have a motion?
I would motion for minor revisions. I think there's probably just enough small little finessing that it would be good to see it one more time versus trying to craft an exhibit A.
So that's a motion for revisions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Joe. On your motion.
Aye.
Connie,
I,
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an I as well. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
So let's move on to,
is-
It's the guest house for
yeah,
this. I think.
the guest house. Tom, you can pull that up. Whenever you can. Thanks.
Can you see my screen now?
We've still got the main house.
Oh, I apologize. Let me just change the share on that then.
Oops.
It's not like I haven't been using Zoom for the past 5 years. I'm trying to figure out how do I get to my other window to show you the guest house. How do I change the window that I'm sharing while on Zoom? Okay, here we go. Now you should see the guest house.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Sorry about that. So again, on the guest house, we've made revisions to the fenestration. We have reduced the height of the cross gable relative to the main gable. The biggest change is we are proposing to eliminate the porch off the second floor and substitute a pergola. Very simple weathering pergola. We have eliminated the door and changed that to a window. So now we have 3 windows across the south side. We've lowered the eave to line up with the meeting rail and the double hung windows. We've reduced the size of the windows all around and simplified the proposal somewhat. And you can see a summary here of those changes in the side view. We've also changed the door to a similar proposal that we had for the main house, which was a 12 light over 1 panel door in Nantucket blue. And that's it. Not relatively straightforward revisions here. We've also reduced the pitch of the dormer on the south side. You can see that in the before and after in this image.
Thanks, Tom. Any questions from the commissioners? Okay, who would like to begin?
Go.
Go ahead, Val.
I appreciate the changes on this and I think it's approvable.
Thanks, Val. Joe?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I agree.
Connie?
I agree too.
And Abby?
Yeah, I was concerned about the height, but I think the proportions on this building are very successful.
I do have a question though.
Oh, go
before
ahead,
you
Val.
Go away. We have not approved the site hardscape plan yet, right? Or been given it?
Right, it has not been submitted yet.
Okay. Seems like there's a lot to it, so thank you.
Okay, so that leaves me, and for me, it just still feels high. I think a lot of the other concerns are going to be screened by vegetation, which we'll want to review in a landscape plan. Yeah, as long as the pergola is somewhat screened along with the 3 French doors that are sets of French doors that are facing towards the south. So
I do have another comment, sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
To our viewer there. The renditions are lovely, and I think what is appealing about them is they're very subtle. It doesn't show white.
There is no white.
Or,
There's no white. The only paint we'll be proposing is Quaker gray on the sash and the Nantucket blue on the side door. Everything else is weathering.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve the guest house as submitted.
Anything about vegetation? No.
Be determined, I guess. Is that,
Like
is there
what?
one coming? Yeah,
Just what?
add that we need a landscape plan.
Abby, are you wanting to second the motion to?
I'll
add
withdraw my
something?
motion.
No, I'm not, I just wanted to second it for a second that we would also see a landscape plan, so we know how the pool is screened and so forth.
Val, are you good with that added to your motion?
Yes, I don't know how it ties together unless we're saying we're gonna hold it until we see the landscape plan.
Unless there are parts of this that we are wanting to screen and to see a plan in the future for that.
I'm more concerned with the hardscape, frankly, than the structure.
Okay, so the motion as it is to approve as submitted.
Yes,
All right, on your motion.
aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby.
I would be a no.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay. Holders waiting, lot 31. Matt, good evening. Your board, myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Terry.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Please.
So I think the times that we've looked at this previously, there haven't been a lot of comments about the architecture per se, but more about orientation. There were some fenestration changes at the last meeting that the board had requested, which we've made revisions to. But we had these renderings done to show you how the site is intended to be developed. Again, the parcel is kind of long and skinny, and the roadway on your left is Oliver's Way here. And I also want to point out that there's only one property behind this structure. So that in terms of the amount of traffic down Oliver's Way is really going to be one homeowner. Conversely, this way or double easement, if you will, leads to two additional properties. And so this way that goes in front of the house is actually going to get, more traffic. But we will be working with the landscape architect, but we put this together just to kind of show you what the landscaping is going to be doing. Specifically that you're going to see this house, this facade, whether you're driving past it or going in front of it. And like I said, there's going to be more traffic that's going in front of it. We've indicated lower vegetation along the perimeter, so you can actually see the house and the entrance. We actually did show a break in the vegetation along the easements or the secondary way. We don't have any intention of really using that, but just to kind of send home the idea that this is this structure does face a road. Again, our primary constraint here is that the lot is so kind of long and narrow, and the setback, the required setback, which is 35 feet, I believe, really forces you to kind of telescope this house. And I also think the way it sits works pretty well. Got some other images. Again, this is if you're coming down Oliver's Way before you're at the corner, if you will, and just to show you how the house, and this is how we intend to present itself. And then some more images as you get closer. again, in terms of the vegetation, that will be at the discretion of the landscape architect, but the intent is that it's low. It delineates the separation between public and private. But you definitely want to have sight lines. And then if you look in the background, where that red Jeep is parked, that would be a higher, like 6-foot privet. And then whatever happens from back there, from there beyond is, private backyard, if you will. Going to the elevations, I just want to show you the change we made. Connections are a little slow. So the thicker revision clouds are the more recent ones. The lighter revision clouds are ones that we've already changed at previous meetings and requests. But we basically reduced the amount of windows on the south elevation and the east slightly. That was a comment I think that people had. If you want us to take that further or unmull those, we can certainly do that. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Does anyone have any questions for Matt on this?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Connie?
Matt, that on that first photo, the rendering with the landscape, that little building, or not little, that building in the back, is that a separate property or is that part of?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that would be the guest house. And so that would be under a separate application. We did get some feedback from the board about, because we do tend to have a pool and a guest house. I think Carrie suggested swapping the pool and the guest house so that that guest house kind of screened the pool. Our intention is to have higher vegetation as you go beyond this delineation here where that red Jeep is parked. So we have like taller vegetation there. So, again, we don't really want to be, they don't want to be seen or, privacy is important, but we've held off on that, submitting that application. But yeah, that would be a separate guest house under a separate application.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Carrie, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Is the garage shed part of the house or is it a separate structure?
For you, Mr. Chair, that is a separate structure. So we strategically placed it there because it feels like it makes a lot of sense, but it is a separate application.
Well, I think for the front of the house, it doesn't make sense because you're saying the front of the house is the front of the house, but the shed is there. And I think if you put the shed where the Jeep is, it would probably make the front of the house read as the front of the house. And it also gives you a buffer of this little building to the pool at least from the access way. I still don't quite understand where you're coming from. I don't think you can have two curb cuts. But so I would think that this little way head on into the house is your driveway. And the other one is, I don't know what. But that way the front of your house will read as the front if the shed is where the Jeep is. You get me?
I do.
I have no problems with the architecture. I think the house is good looking. It seems a little bit oversized, not for the lot, but just in general, it just seems like a very large house. But I think I would approve the house, but the shed piece is counter to the front.
Yeah. Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks.
Who's next?
Can I ask Carrie a question?
Go ahead.
So Carrie, are you talking about the garage or the building in the
Yeah,
back?
that little garage thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Here.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, that was, can I go?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out like which is the main entrance? Is it off Oliver's Way or is it off the other neighbor's driveway?
It would be off Oliver's Way, but we put the break in the driveway along the easement just to further give the indication that you could if you wanted to, but the primary curb cut would be off of Oliver's Way.
Okay, so we can kind of pretend that's not there, because what's bothering me about seeing it off the neighbor's driveway is that it's in front of your beautiful architecture.
Mhm.
And it just is, sort of overshadowing it, even though it's just a garage height, it's sort of taking away from the front of the house.
We did that for you ironically, so happy
Oh.
to just fill it in.
Oh, sorry if I
Oh, yeah.
threw you off. But yeah, no, this has been a hard site to
It's a
to
tricky
to figure
lot.
out with the 3 driveways going back. And I'm hoping they do a shared driveway because having 2
I would think
driveways
so.
side by
I
side
can't speak for them.
seem very odd.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Hope
yeah,
I'm confused.
yes, but speaking to the mic though.
You're suggesting that I'll just broadcast. You're suggesting that the driveway entrance off the common way, the easement is problematic, or the garage location is obscuring the architecture?
Both of those. I think that seeing the front of the house from the driveway easement is, and having that garage sort of overshadowing the front of the house is problematic.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood. Okay, Angus?
Yeah, so the concern that I've had from the beginning is still very much a concern. The address for this is Oliver's Way, and yet we're looking at the side of the house and the backyard of it, and the patio and the grill, all that stuff comes right to the very roadside of the farthest projection of the building. Meanwhile, the front porch and front door and main gable and all that are facing to the side rather than oriented towards the street. And I think Carrie has a really, good observation and suggestion is to move the garage to where it would normally be in relation to the front of the house, move it to the side, which would obscure the views of the patio and the outdoor fireplace and all the stuff that would normally be in the back of a house, and have the only entrance to this off of the easement as opposed to Oliver's Way, because there's except for the driveway, there's nothing saying that this is an address on Oliver's Way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Otherwise, the architecture, I think, is in keeping with Sconset details, and the scale is large, but I think proportionally it works. The south elevation is the only one that sort of architecturally is an issue for me with all the ganged windows, and then it makes the second floor look like it's too under fenestrated, or the windows are too far apart. And I don't know if adding a third window is going to be too much. Maybe it's just reducing the lower windows and having more space between them. But that area where the outdoor fireplace and pergola and all that stuff is, if a garage were obstructing that from the street, and you got rid of the Oliver's Way entrance, I think this could be approvable. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
Yeah, excuse me. I was just gonna say, I think the architecture and on the house is appropriate and approvable. Because we're just looking at the house, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna actually make that comment, but thank you for that. Anything else?
No.
Okay, so Matt, I'll make my comments and then comment on process. I think it's approvable as is. Can we go to the Oliver's Way elevation? So my only material concern is that shed roof over the rear covered porch. It just seems too much, as though it needs to be a little shorter, a little lower. I understand it masks the balustrade there. But I also understand that you're gonna have privet on the side, vehicles are gonna be driving by, they're gonna be it's gonna be masking that. You'll probably have some trees and so on and so forth. So it's not, to me, a major structural deficit. It's just I'm in the 90 to 95% range for making things more perfect.
Yep.
I think it's a handsome design overall. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that dormers don't meet the guidelines. However, I would also be remiss if I didn't say that the homogenization of structures, because we're having that meeting rail be exactly halfway on the eave, I don't think it's conducive to overall over history, just everything looking exactly the same. So I'm also okay with the dormers. My concerns revolve around matters that are not relevant to this application, which are the location of the garage shed. And the driveway axes, because although I think it's fair for people to broadcast those as concerns, so you're aware for the process and the interest of getting approval on those. I think it's important that we focus on the structure itself. So I will very briefly say, I agree with Carrie's comment about relocation of the garage shed. I think that's beneficial. I agree with I believe it's appropriate to have both entryways. I think the Oliver's Way needs to be toned down. It needs to be a single entryway width. So it reads as secondary.
Gotcha.
And the easement access would be read as a primary. I think that's really important to the success of this, not looking at like a house that's facing the wrong street, which we have approved in other instances. And every time I drive by them, it just bothers the hell out of me.
Gotcha.
So those are just broadcast on those topics, because I don't want you to be surprised. I don't think you will be. But with respect to the architecture, I think this is approvable as submitted.
If I could, yeah, I was just gonna say that the feedback on the garage, totally hear you. So when we come back, that will not be in that location. And then to Angus's comment, if we wanted to remove a window on the south elevation, we could do that as well, if that's helpful, just on that, the elevation on the lower of the page was the gang of the 5.
Gotcha.
So we could lose that center window if that would be helpful.
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead, Carrie.
I just want to know, can you do a corner access? Like, can the driveway be a corner? I know it's not 100% typical, but it might be the answer.
We can
Just have one and the hedges can.
Right.
could certainly look into it.
So they can look into it, but I also want to point out the town's rules on 25 feet from an intersection are from a public way. And the 2 curb cuts are also from a public way. So just so, we're all aware, there aren't restrictions on where a driveway is off of an easement. It may not be smiled at, but it isn't part of the zoning bylaw because it's not a public way.
Right.
But it's an interesting concept, Matt, and obviously we'd ask that you look at all those entryways, anything that really helps to solidify the easement as if it were a roadway. Not necessarily paved, but the
Right.
primary entrance. So do we have a motion for an exhibit A, which is to reflect on the south side, the elimination of the middle window of the 5 gang double hungs on the first floor?
South Hill.
I have a question about that.
Yep.
So I kind of picture that they would all sort of be evenly spaced, but Matt, through the chair, are you proposing that you have 2 doubles?
That's what I was thinking. Just remove that center one, you have 2 ganged.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be, I think what's presented is better than that. I would either have more space or keep.
That's a great idea. Let's just keep it the way it is.
Great strategy, Matt. Okay, so do we have an exhibit A, not necessary motion to approve is submitted?
So moved.
We don't need a exhibit A, do we?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, is that what you
Exactly.
said? Was it a double negative?
I did, yes.
Okay.
So on Connie's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
no exhibit A, and I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
As approved, yeah, as submitted, and we'll see, we'll look forward to hardscape and the other accessory structure applications. Thank you, Matt. You're on now to 7 Orange.
Yes. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll
Yeah,
begin.
please.
Okay, so since our last meeting, the three directives we had were to reduce the overall height, reduce the height of the eave line, and reduce the size and scale of all the second floor windows, and change the mudroom pent roof to a style that was more in keeping with some of the antecedents we had provided, which was essentially going from a shed to a hip. So you can see that we've, again, so it's not confusing, the thicker revision clouds are the most recent, the lighter ones are the previous revisions. So again, we pushed and pulled and we were able to take height out of the overall height of the building. And then conversely, we were able to lower the eave, which is indicated in this elevation, the east elevation, which is the primary elevation. And then we've also reduced all of the windows so that they were, I think, I don't know what the proportional relationship is, but we took some out of the width and the height. I think it was primarily the width. We are showing the window boxes intentionally. The reason I wanted to show the window boxes is so that they are attached to the approval. So that I know that if you wanted to add window boxes, you could, and it doesn't require HTC approval. In this instance, we feel like they're critical to the building. We really like them. We want them to be attached as part of the record. That is why we're still showing, we're showing them, even though we don't necessarily have to. I'll go to the sign elevation here. So this is the south. We changed the side mudroom entry roof to a hip, which I thought was successful. Again, the other indications of the second floor windows are reduced as well. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Mr. Chair, also, sorry, one final thing here. We did have these renderings done. Sunset, of course, right?
There you
But
go.
this elevation, and again, this is, there's a lot of internal dialogue between us and the owner of the property. And I have to say, I think he should run for the HDC, or he's really cares deeply about this perspective. This perspective looking up from Main Street up Orange Street has been his touchstone in terms of, restoring that facade back to what it was. And this streetscape and this perspective in particular has been really critical to him. So we've just included some of these just to show that this was what it looked like at one point in history. And that's really been the driver for this. I know there's been other iterations, there's been other really interesting buildings, but this one predates the Great Fire, and that's really been the impetus for this. I know it's not necessarily part of your concerns per se, but it is something that's been important to the owner. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Does anyone have any questions?
I had one question.
Go ahead.
So there was a comment at one point about the reason that the bay window wasn't going all the way to the ground was a ground cover issue. And I thought that any enclosed space, whether it was projecting, whether there was an airspace below it, still counted as ground cover.
Go ahead,
Try that,
Matt.
yeah.
I don't need to be.
So I think that if a bay is an exception, Angus, because we were under the same impression that there is provisions in the zoning bylaw that do allow bays, but not, if it was a second floor 10 by 10 space below open space, it would definitely count. But bays, there are specifically provisions in the zoning bylaw.
And just to add to that, it's in part a discretionary matter on the part of the zoning enforcement officer to determine, see, that more like a small room instead of a bay.
Yeah.
But in the true nature, yeah. Thanks. Anything
Thank you.
else?
No?
Okay. Joe, you're on this one, and Connie?
I have a couple of questions,
yeah.
general,
Yeah, go ahead.
because my thing won't load, so I can't see
Sure.
the specifics, but in the front of the house is shingles? What's the material on the,
It's
Side.
clapboard.
that's clapboard?
Yeah.
And that is painted what color?
I believe it's a gray clapboard.
Gray clapboard, okay, and
Black sash.
black sash and black shutters. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just, because I'm okay with the massing, but I think, a lot of this black, is, I'm not sure it's appropriate. So all that bay window would be black and the window box is black?
No, that would be, the sash of the bay would be black, but the trim itself would be white.
And gray window boxes?
Yes.
So-
And we could also do the bay in gray, would be kind of nice. But as far as the shutters are concerned too, the color, we just thought the contrasting black, or it could be a darker gray.
Okay, great, okay. All right, because it just boils down to, what is this? What does this project as you're walking up the street? Is it commanding your, or is it subtle, So I think the black is, but I just wanted to
Okay, thank you.
get those details.
Don't you want to go or go? Go ahead.
Matt, can we see that last picture again, please?
Sure.
I'm just trying to figure out what the color was.
Matt, that's the gray natural to leather on the side shingles, gray clapboard on the front, white sash, black shutters, black sash. Obviously, it's in the distance and it's blurry, but that's
Yeah.
what.
Yeah. Okay. Matt, I think I do appreciate all the changes. I think you've done a remarkable job and I am okay with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
I agree with Connie. And I hadn't thought about the color of that bay, so I think that's an interesting conversation. You have shutters as black, the question to the applicant.
Yes.
Yeah. And so that bay could potentially be a charcoal gray versus the black, so that is the sash black?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Okay. So I have no problem. I think the architecture has come a long way and I think it's appropriate. And I do like the idea of having that bay and the sash being a tone on tone. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Matt, I appreciate the changes. We've come a significant distance in terms of the sense of mass, the perception of the mass from the beginning. And I know they weren't all, I think the cumulative changes have made a big difference. I have nothing to add. I agree with Joe, I agree with Connie and the others who agreed with whatever they had said in terms of agreement. What do we want to do?
I'm not ready to.
You're not right. Do you want to make a motion?
Oh, I didn't know if I didn't know that Angus and Abby went. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I must
yeah,
be
they both-
sleeping over here.
I had a question, but I don't think I commented.
Oh, you. Oh, I thought you commented. Oh, go ahead, Angus.
Well, it's the same comment since the very beginning. And I mean,
Well, I don't
It-
want to be repetitive. but
yeah,
If your
and-
comment is what you said before, that was really your comment.
yeah, there hasn't been, there's no precedent that I know of a two-story bay that is split between stories, and floating. And this is just such a prominent spot beside the Unitarian Church and on the major thoroughfare Orange Street. It's just, I think the facade has arrived at a place that, even though I can't think of another, 3/5 bay, I'm like, okay, there supposedly was a structure here that had a facade like that. But the bay is still an issue for me, especially being split level and so close to the facade. It's not like halfway back or underneath the ridge, but it's like within a foot of the facade. And so Those are my concerns.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted with the colors that we delineated. The charcoal or I'm talking about for the bay window.
The gray to match.
Yeah, the tone on tone to match.
And then we can just write as a condition on the application. On your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm a no.
Angus,
I'm a no.
and I'm a yes. So 3 in favor, 2 opposed for the record. Angus and Abby opposed. We'll mark up the bay will be a tone on tone gray as a restriction and a condition.
Thank you all for your time. on
Thanks,
this.
Matt. It's really going to be something else.
Yeah.
We appreciate all the work you guys put into it, and thank the owner.
Yeah.
That
That's
moves
beautiful.
us to 28 Pine.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so this, you've seen this a bunch of different times, and we've really focused on really the facade and this first floor bump out. We did 2 different versions where we did a wraparound porch. And then Angus, you had a great suggestion about enclosing the porch in a simpler form. And so we've still presented these as options A and option B. My understanding from the board is that A seemed to be the direction you were heading with some revisions to it. So the west elevation is the street side. Again, this is a historic structure. It's got some anomalies to it. The trim, the meeting rails, to the chair's point earlier, don't align, but they are what they are. And this,
Almost
the intent or the idea behind this, if I understood it
One
correctly
down.
from Angus's suggestion, was that this was a 8-foot deep porch that had been enclosed after the fact, if you will. So we've indicated where the porch posts would be, and then infilled windows and shingled below the sill. I think it is cleaner. Elevations, I think, are pretty straightforward. And then we just have a couple of perspectives to show you. There is an option B, but for the sake of brevity, I'll leave my comments in that and look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Questions? Your board, let me announce that first, is myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Connie. Any questions? Joe, comments?
Yeah, well, how do I put this? I think both options are appropriate. I can see merits to each of them. And I do think that the front of this structure, I mean, the whole house has been altered so much over time that I like the narrative of the enclosed porch is appropriate. I feel like both options read that way. Option A is a little bit more literal because it has the post come through, so I think that's appropriate. So I would vote in favor of either one. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
Yeah, I would be either way, maybe favoring option A, but I would be okay with option B also. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Angus.
Thank you for exploring this option. I think the deeper porch is more realistic. It makes more sense of the massing than like a half room out and a half room in, and what's happening with the facade wall. This just changes the character of this structure. It's like the final measure of change on this. And everything else has been on the sides and the back and all that, but for this to actually happen on the facade, it just I feel like it's compromising the the historic structure. So I don't think either works. Thank you.
Thanks. Abby?
So could somebody briefly explain the difference between A and B?
Matt,
Because-
can you show the both of them?
Sure. So Abby, through you as the chair, this is A. And then let me just scroll down to B. And I'll just show you the 3D.
Is it the depth of the sunroom?
It is, the depths are very similar, but in option B, it's like a wraparound hip roof, if you will. You can kind of see it here, where there's an existing bump out on the side.
Yeah.
And so what we do is just take that, I think it's a 4 or 5 pitch, wrap it all the way around, and then it returns back on the building, so it looks a bit more integrated.
Can we see that? Can we see that one from the front now? With the hip on the right? That
Same option B.
same option, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, so my feeling is, without hurting this old house, is that this house has been changed so much, and I'm not sure it started out as a, I mean, still a historic building, but I don't know, it's it's kind of a half breed, but not that there's any problem with that.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's,
Oh, great.
Yikes.
I like the one that made the hip and made the corner. I think it's option B. Could we just look at that one more time before I?
Sure. I actually, yeah, for what it's worth, and I know my opinion doesn't matter, but I thought the suggestion for A, I thought it was a bit more authentic, but honestly, either one works.
Yeah, I think in the end that this one, if we're going to renovate this, might be the one that makes it sit a little more better.
Thank you. Angus, did you go?
Yes.
Okay, so I think it's me. Matt, I actually agree with you. I think option A is truer to the original form, and the other, to the existing vocabulary. I think overall, they're both, I think the modifications that you've made overall better integrate the changes that have occurred over the decades. I think option B tends to create that sense of swallowing the historic structure. At the same time, it looks, I think it looks better than option A in terms of, oh, this is a home that has a natural sense of balance and presentation. However, I think that A is, I'm not going to vote against B, but I think A is more appropriate for the reasons stated. And it does maintain that kind of, it's still a little bit off, but it's in keeping with the nature of the structure otherwise. What do we want to do, folks?
This is Joe speaking. Well, hearing everybody's back and forth here, I think I've come to a preference for option A. I do think that, especially with this view on the bottom right here, where you can see the gable of the existing structure, whereas option B obscures all of that, and it absorbs this rear wart, that shed roof that's already there, and it kind of envelops the whole building. I don't disagree with Stephen that actually it's probably more attractive looking, but I think that what Stephen just said kind of captures it for me, that this does feel like the more historic appropriate. I'm wondering if there's a subtle move where this porch just steps in 6 or 8 inches so that the corner board actually reveals itself, and you don't end up with the rake board overlapping the corner board, but rather dying into it. Just if that little shift would it be enough without really ruining the plan itself. But yeah, pulling that so that you can read that corner board. Because I think the porch, typically they're inset a little bit from the side, so you don't end up with that end of the rake board overlapping the corner board. But I would make a motion to approve this option A with just the shift of that end wall, like 6 inches. Sounds crazy, but I think that's preferable over having the false corner board running through.
Okay, so the visible side would be inset to the primary corner board.
Yeah, and I understand that it probably just shifts the opening a little bit because the rhythm of the columns and the windows and everything feels right to me. I think that whole element just shifts to the left and it narrows down the opening a little bit.
Okay. And that's as an exhibit A?
Yeah, I could do that as an exhibit A.
Okay, so on your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
No.
Angus.
No.
I'm an aye. Again, we have 3 in favor, 2 opposed, Angus and Abby. And it'll be an option A, exhibit A.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, we are now on to 9 New Jersey. The board is myself, Val, Angus, Ray, and Connie.
Am I on this?
Yes. Oh, no, sorry, I've got a box over that. It's
You and your box.
it's Joe. The views become obscured. Okay. But guys, we have to take a 2-minute bio break. At least for me. Thank you, sorry. Okay, but I'll race you to the bathroom.
Kind of cold in here.
Yeah.
You know, I keep bringing it up. Welcome Well, thank you. It was so contrary building in an office on my own. Well, I have one of those.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Look, don't mind leaving. It's
Right.
visual spirits that I understand past students doing it.
Yeah.
Is sort of, kind of punitive. We should do this section.
We have family. Polish.
That you see on it. I keep turning it up.
Okay, yes,
Come
yeah.
back down. It's not there. I just turned it back up to 7 floor.
Done at 49.
No, it's not.
No, the temperature here reads 49.
Oh, geez, I put up to 74. It keeps.
I have to go home and get a coat.
Somebody loves the.
You got my sweater.
Huh?
Yeah, left my sweater in the car. No.
I have a blanket in my car.
Oh.
I have a couple of them.
I just live down the street.
My car's wrong.
I've been in here for planning board meetings before where we all put on our coats and our winter hats. I thought you said they turned it down just for HDC. No, they did it for planning board for a while.
Kind of keep you on your toes.
I mean,
Yeah, but they don't want you falling asleep.
no, they don't want you staying long. Yes. Drive you out the door. Conversely, if it was 80 in here, we'd be complacent. Okay,
She's a co-owner.
all right. Angus is on this? Yes. So I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah. I gotta wait to read the names before I put the box on. Or perhaps get some readers.
Just get your glasses.
Are you guys getting warmed up? You ready? So we do calisthenics while we're waiting? Angus is back. I think we're all here. So again, myself, Val, Angus, Joe, and Connie. When you're ready.
Sure. Natalie Kaufman. So I am counsel for the homeowner, Allison Gandhi, who is on to make a short statement. It's owned by the Bag Nominee Realty Trust. I'm caught up and I am sorry that we're in this situation and what is done can't be undone. But I want to clarify for the record that there was never an intent to circumvent the process. The idea of paying fines in order to do what we really want to do. The intent was to move the house, and it was only in the middle of the construction process that the reality on the ground, it wasn't feasible to do so. And Jason has apologized for not coming back to the HDC at that point in time. But it was never the intent to just circumvent the process. And the design itself is not actually under review. And there were a few comments about design creep, and I want to clarify those. It was actually a very clear design evolution. The design remained almost entirely unchanged from the July 2023 approval. I did want to note there were a few additional hearings and staff approvals that weren't included in the list of meeting links for this meeting. But they were minor, like changing the roof shingle color. And there was significant feedback to get to that third design. It was the third meeting, July 2023. And the really only distinguishing factor and reason we're in this situation is because the Board of Health required that it was moved on site. And it's the resiting that created the situation that we're in. The approved design that will be built, the end result is the same appropriate structure and design that all of you approved. Commissioner Welch and Commissioner Patton were on all the previous meetings. So there wasn't a design creep. I know that does happen with many, many revisions. The July 11th design is basically what we have here. But I understand the concern about demolition. And I understand this is something that you guys are dealing with all over the island. But this is a unique situation. It's not opening the floodgates. As Allison will speak to, she's a regular owner. This is a house for her family. She doesn't intend to sell it. She's not, a developer, but I understand that that is the context of Nantucket that we're in. And I think it can be a time for a policy review. And what I would humbly suggest to the commission is instead of a review of demolition, a review of addition, which Commissioner Paul kind of alluded to, because it's sort of at what point does an addition become a new dwelling and require a request for demolition rather than what is demolition itself from my perspective, because this was permitted correctly as an addition. And as Commissioner Oliver mentioned in the February 17th meeting, this was all approved. The plan showed the red dotted line for the existing structure. The structure was to be changed significantly, which Jason can speak to in detail and has in his prior submissions. So this was properly applied for as an addition. And again, the intent was never to circumvent. It was an on-the-ground situation. So I think having applicants be clear on what an addition is, so that we're not in this situation, so that no one is in this situation again, is ideal. And as Jason has mentioned, we do intend to, I see that, use all the salvaged materials and create the same house that was approved. And Jason can go into that in detail. And we are looking to move forward in the best way possible. And we want to take all the steps that we can. And we can speak to, I just want to say, the abutter comment specifically later when that comes up. But just we're here to do what we can, because obviously we can't go back in time.
Okay, thank you. I just want to give this a little bit more shape. It is 6:45. We wrap up at 7. Obviously, we've started the application review, so we're going to continue. But I would like to really strongly urge you all to stay focused on the architecture of what's in front of us for review this evening with respect to its appropriateness or not. The HDC cannot weigh in on matters that aren't our purview, such as who owns the home, who's going to own the home, whether their family lives there, whether someone else lives there, are actually contrary to our mission and also present potential problems if one party or the other argues that matters that are outside of our purview are basis for a reversal or a remand. So it's beneficial to all parties to stick to the purview of the HDC and make your points on the merits of those matters. Having said that, who's next?
Mr. Chair, the property owner is online.
Okay.
She's got her hand raised. Do you want to?
Allison? Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me or no? I don't know if I'm able to put on video.
No. But we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, and just hearing your comments just now, I mean, I'm just making a very brief statement, just expressing my regret. I'm not speaking to the architecture. I will turn that over to Jason. But just wanted to reiterate that my husband and I have been coming to Nantucket and Nantucket for over 20 years. And our intent is to just hopefully spend more time there as our family grows older. And we certainly never intended to violate any permits or rules, and just wanted to express how sorry we are that this has played out this way. So again, I'll pass it back to Natalie and Jason, but just wanted to make sure to express that regret to you. And I hope that we can work towards a solution.
Thank you, Allison. Okay, Jason?
Yes, please. Thank you for your time tonight. So I just want to begin by saying that I deeply regret the situation that is before you. I assure the commission that there was never any attempt to circumvent the commission or its process. I respect and I appreciate the entire HTC process. I've often told clients and anyone who asks about the process that while it can sometimes be challenging, every design I've personally brought through the HTC review process has ultimately become better because of that review. When I look back at an original submission compared to the final approved design, the approved version is almost always better. And that remains true for 9 New Jersey Ave. If you review the files and the meeting minutes, which I hope you had time to do, I believe you'll see that the changes made throughout the process were made directly in response to the commission's comments and concerns. Though through the review, the project evolved to a pared down 1-story ranch renovation and addition that ultimately requires gutting the interiors, adding a basement, and marrying the old structure to a new addition. The final design proposed substantial modifications to the existing home, and it was ultimately approved unanimously with positive comments from both the commission and staff. I left that meeting feeling proud of the design that we had collectively arrived at through the review process. As construction progressed, it became apparent that implementing the approved design would require a greater level of intervention to the home than anticipated. and it became clear that relocating the remaining structure as a single unit was not feasible. Looking back, this is the point at which I should have returned to the commission and presented the circumstances I am now describing to you today. I again apologize for not coming back before the board prior to proceeding with dismantling the remaining portions of the home. The commission bears no responsibility for that decision. That responsibility rests with me and my judgment regarding what I believe to be consistent with the spirit of the approval. If I could go back and handle that differently, I would. At this point, however, there's no practical way to reverse what occurred. The remaining portions of the house and shed now exist in the dismantled components. I have cataloged and photographed the remaining materials and have worked to preserve as much historic fabric as possible for reuse. My hope is that the commission will recognize that the approved design itself remains unchanged and that through your guidance, we can determine an appropriate path forward that addresses the commission's concerns while allowing the approved project to proceed given the unique circumstances. I would like to make clear that none of my actions were to mislead the commission, and at all times, I believe I was acting in a manner consistent with the approval design. The owners, my company, my design team, my carpenters, my workers, were all acting in good faith throughout the process, and we remain committed to working cooperatively to resolve the matter. I'm here to work with the commission toward a resolution. To do that, I need your input and direction, and I continue to provide additional information when requested, and I'll do so. And I'm seeking a clear understanding of what steps the commission believes are necessary to move forward. The owner and I are willing and able to address the commission's concerns and look forward to working with you to determine an appropriate path forward on the project. Thank you.
Thank you. On the architecture,
Yes.
the modification, there are limited number of modifications, correct? It was just the roof color from?
From July 2023.
Yeah, I just want to baseline us with what is being proposed this evening and the last time that is different than the approval. Other than the matter of the move demo, purely with respect to the architecture.
The final approval through staff, and between that then and now, there was 2 house move relocations and 1 roof change and 2 roof changes. There was the
Where are we now versus where we were with the approval? So when you say there are 2 roof changes, you're saying 2 shapes, forms of roofs?
The shingles were changed in
Shingle
an amendment, and the chimney was removed in an amendment.
Okay.
The location of the houses and the siting of the houses changed in an amendment, and that was done twice due to the board health.
So can we take a look at the site plan? I'd like everybody just to be clear on where what the extent and of the move is of the prior approval to what we're looking at now. The chimney will speak for itself when we're reviewing the elevations, and the roof color change is from what to what?
It was a wood roof, and now it's a asphalt pewter gray.
Pewter gray. Okay.
Thank you.
So can we look at the site plan, the location plan is in which direction, how much? Or which directions, how much?
Mr. Chair, this right here is what you reviewed on March 31st, 2026. This is the latest submission. So what do you need to look at?
For me?
This right here that's on the screen is from what they submitted for the March 31st, 2026.
Where, Jason, was the structure relative to what's being proposed before the move?
Okay, so the original structure is shown there in a dashed red line.
Yep.
That's where we originally had put the entire
Okay.
addition renovation. We then moved it 10 feet because the septic is right there on that south border of the property. And then we had to move an additional 10 feet due to the new design of the whole
So
septic
it's 20
system.
feet closer to Ames Street.
That's
and
correct.
No closer than to New Jersey, or slightly further away?
We shifted it so everything was conforming, so not in the setbacks.
Okay.
Yep.
So we moved it forward towards Ames 20, you've moved it, and you've moved it away from New Jersey Ave somewhat.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
just now we're clear on what
Correct.
we're looking at versus what was previously approved. Does anyone have, Bruce, did you want to speak? Please go ahead, and then we're going to jump into a design review, which is what I hope to get into.
This is Joe speaking. I have a quick question.
Yeah, sure, Joe. Why don't you go ahead before Bruce speaks?
Yeah. This, just to be clear, the moves that you're discussing, ultimately the move on site was approved by the HDC, right?
The original move, but this is the 20-foot and the somewhat less from New Jersey are currently proposed.
I
Oh,
see.
they were approved. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand is if these were new moves, not approved.
They're approved.
So, and then the chimney
Approved.
and the roof color.
Approved.
Okay, so we're basically looking at, hold on one sec, sorry, I'm just starting out. We're basically looking at no modifications to the location or the structure. And where we left this with regards to the structure then is whether the structure as previously approved could be constructed without making modifications to it and meet the energy code.
That's correct.
And what was the result of that?
The HERS rater gave passing HERS score with changes to installation, mechanicals, and but nothing to the exterior architecture, so it could remain the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
so basically what was previously approved is what's on the table for discussion. Joe, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. I was entering into tonight's meeting with the understanding that we're actually not debating the design or the location because both have been approved. We're really debating a methodology.
So we are actually, the open matter on the architecture was and is whether this structure can be constructed under the energy code. The methodology of you're talking about with respect to HCC policies or with respect to the comment I just made about the energy code?
HDC policies.
So we haven't noticed for a discussion on the HDC policies. That's a separate discussion. We did leave, I just mentioned on the related topic was that we do need definition of demolition. We developed that in a subsequent meeting to include categories not unlike, for instance, or for example, the building code has levels of alteration, could be levels of demolition, so that there are clear goalposts and legally tenable positions if there's a violation. So for instance, a demolition of a whole structure is, in that example, a level 3. And the demolition of a wall would be perhaps a level 1. And in addition to that, we are reviewing what the fine and fee structure would be. And the convenience of having clearly delineated levels is that a level 3 may be, for instance, as in some communities, tied to a percentage of the property value, where it wouldn't make much sense for a level 1 to be tied to a percentage of the property value. That might be a fixed fee. So it's, appreciating the patience of the commissioners. So we revisit that concept that we voted on, but that's not a topic for discussion this evening. What we're discussing is whether we had the question open of the energy code, and now it's a question of whether we want to move to approve this application or to not approve it. That's where we are with this application. So Joe, with that in mind, do you have comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Bruce. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to Stephen Murphy.
I'm Bruce Mandel from Nantucket. And before I get into the comments about this, I just want to remind everyone why I'm here. I'm the chairperson of the Nantucket Application Review Work Group. The work group was established after the Nantucket Advisory Board to the HDC and some other community advisory boards were disbanded. The work group was established by the community with the same membership, and it's been recognized by the HDC in the past for the purpose of consolidating review comments about applications, so a single compilation of comments is submitted instead of multiple emails and comments, all saying the same thing, perhaps. The Nantucket Conservation Association sent you a letter on May 22nd. It's very untypical for the MCA to provide any comments about a specific project. As a matter of fact, in my memory, it's never been done before. That brief letter had 9 comments, 8 of which I've summarized in case you guys didn't have a chance to really focus on it. I brought the little summary with me, if you want it. And each of their issues we think should be seriously considered. Reviewing this 9 New Jersey project continues to be a confusing challenge with loose pieces. The project is subject to 2 major unresolved violations that's resulting in daily fines. Maybe it's easier to pay fines than to get permission, I'm not sure. But despite these unresolved violations, a foundation permit was issued. Now, it's not clear to us that this is an HDC issue. Foundations can't be seen from the street, but I'm going to tell you why I think it is an HDC, at least part of it is an HDC issue. The foundation is installed, resulting in an unnecessary approximately 3-foot elevation of the site contours from its natural contours for no reason.
Bruce, that is, we're not shutting you off, but that is the time bell that just went off. So please.
Excuse me?
I said, we're not closing off your discussion points, but that is the time bell that everyone else was subject to. So please keep that in mind.
Okay, well, I've got a very brief statement and I don't think it's more than 3 minutes, so please give me a chance. The result is a foundation that was built, supposed to be 10 feet deep, it's 12 feet deep, and it's out of place. Now, the point why I think it's an HDC issue is the bottom of the foundation elements, footers and whatnot, are less than the required 6-foot separation from the ground, from the town's surface water and groundwater protection regulations.
Bruce, I'm sorry, you're way off track here.
No, it's not, because it
Bruce.
raises the house.
Bruce, I understand, but more simply put, please, the height of the foundation you believe is inappropriate. Getting into water table and other matters, they're simply not our purview. We have no, if we were to consider them, it's problematic for both parties.
Let me explain one more thing, please, Mr. Chairman. Because of this, the project requires a bioprotection system to be installed, which is not on the plans. And it should be. And this system would be visible from the roads. And it should be buffered, we think, from view, similar to the way a pool might be. Our file, let me skip some conversation. Our files indicate this project's been presented to HDC 6 times, trying unsuccessfully to meet the requirements that you guys set forth. And it doesn't address all of the thorough, detailed comments by our preservation planner, who's prepared many pages of comments. 3 of the submissions were in 2023, and it resulted in an approval. 3 years have passed. A 4th submission was made earlier this year. Design and that's presented has nothing to do with resembling the Swain Cottage. It was submitted in January as an historic renovation and addition. The Swain Cottage was completely demolished with no permit or approvals. I believe a violation letter was issued and a subsequent cease and desist was also. The design was noted not to be justified as a reno and addition as originally permitted. The project was now a new construction, a new dwelling, and it had a two-story component and no historic renovation as was supposed to be. We thought at the time it was considered to be inconsistent with Smith's Point's longstanding characteristics. A fifth submission, now as a new dwelling, no longer as a renovation, historic renovation or addition, was made to you guys. You reviewed that along with a 4-page submission by the applicant on February 17th this year. Some salvage materials were set aside, but they were so torn up they can't be reused. There were design elements the commission discussed. Fenestration was and still is out of character for the historic Smith Point Village. And the subject comments, and we still believe in need of revision. The revisions shown in March, lost my place, didn't meet the HDC's requests, nor did it fully address the HDC's motion at the end of the February meeting. The project was noted to still be inconsistent with building with Nantucket in mind. One commissioner even noted that the application is precedent-setting now, and not in a good way. The project was held for resubmission. Today is the 6th submission that I'm aware of for this project. The packet doesn't appear to address all prior requests by the HDC, and it seems as though piecemeal revisions are being made, maybe to wear down a review process. I hope not. In April, the preservation planner submitted review comments, which we feel are not being fully addressed. The submitted plans are for a structure that's still out of character for the historic Smith Point neighborhood, and we think it ought to be made a better representation of the neighborhood. And we'd like to be held for revisions. And by the way, the site plan that was shown does not represent the site. The Ames Avenue line is about 100 feet further away from that, which is why the Nantucket Conservation Association is so concerned with just the location of a new driveway, and the Belgian blocks were out of character. Curb cuts required DPW approval. They should have gotten the DPW approval before they drew the plans and presented it to you to approve it. It's not approved by the DPW as a curb cut. So those are the comments I have for you. The comments of the Nantucket Conservation Association in a letter. I would like the letter to be made part of the record.
It is.
And I hope that you've had a chance to review just the 9 comments made in that this plan doesn't address. So if you want to go over those 9, I can do that quickly.
We've got them in the letter, Bruce.
Thank you, I know. So I hope you take these comments seriously and get this project submitted again to address all the issues. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, and by the way, question. Is the 3-strike rule still in effect?
Yeah, well, I'm going to address some of the comments you made because there's a disparity between your test, what you're stating and what was just stated by the applicant.
Okay. Please go ahead.
No,
Or you want me to sit
yeah.
down?
I won't be asking you for
Oh, okay.
clarification.
Sorry.
That's fine. Natalie, could you come to the mic, please? According to Bruce, this is the 6th change, if I understood him correctly, since we brought this matter back after the approval. The approval or the work to continue. Well, you're right, but okay, so what we have in front of us this evening is all been approved by the HCC. We have the structure, the matter of demolition, renovation, definitions, procedural matters of what you guys did or didn't do aside. We have a structure that was approved. We have a modification to remove a chimney that was approved. We have a roof material and color change from red cedar shingle to a pewter, I presume architectural, and a move 20 feet towards AIM and some much smaller number of feet away from New Jersey Avenue. Is that correct?
It is correct. If I could,
Hold on one second. I just want to make sure. So then the only other open item of what Mr. Mandel stated is the matter of the historic renovation, addition, demolition, which is no small matter, and the matter of precedent, which the HCC doesn't function on a this is a precedent because this happened in one location. Every determination made by the HCC is on a case-by-case basis based upon the circumstances at hand, based upon the foundational elements of the interpretation of the commissioner individually with respect to building with Nantucket in mind or building with Wisconsin in mind. And that's their subjective opinion. That's part of this process. Otherwise, we would not need an HDC. So precedent, I think that is not actually an accurate statement. I know that gets used by members in different ways at different times. Sometimes the argument is, well, I don't want it to set a precedent. But that doesn't mean that it makes it valid. And then I think the last item was, is there actually some type of a water system or something else? I didn't catch fully what.
I don't know what the commenter was speaking of. There is a waterproofing foundation there.
And
but it's not visible, and something Von Campen does to waterproof the foundation.
And you don't have a perch septic, you don't. You don't have a septic system that's going to be out of the ground.
Oh, no. It's typical traditional septic system. It's not a tight tank design. It was approved at Board of Health.
Okay, yeah, because I actually don't think you can actually do that anymore. Okay, so there are no, where I'm going is I'm trying to get a clear understanding, asking these questions as the facilitator of the meeting to get us all clarity on points that have been brought up. So that last point is said a different way as a question. Are there any modifications that will be required to the site for any reason that you're aware of that would require some modification to topography or grade or require retainage or mounding or anything like that?
There shouldn't be, that I know of.
Okay, I mean, I presume you're well through the planning stages. You understand your site conditions, your utility system conditions, all these things.
We know where all those are going. The surveyors has them on their site plan: well, septic, foundation, shed, driveway entrance, all those things.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure
Absolutely,
we're all
absolutely.
clear.
Yep.
All right, thank you. So at this point, what we're looking at is the architecture. And again, determining whether what we previously approved is approvable. As a separate matter, we will be looking at the question of historic renovation and addition and demolition. We can discuss that this evening. No one's suggesting we can't, but we're not getting into a discussion of HDC policy and procedure. It's a different animal. It's not something we're going to resolve over the course of trying to resolve an application before us or a violation before us. So I just want to be clear on that. Does anyone have concerns with the presentation of, oh, I'm sorry. Stephen Murphy, did you want to speak briefly, please?
Chair?
This is Stephen Murphy. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Nantucket Conservation Association and a co-author of the letter that you received from Bill Grider, dated May 22nd, 2026. Mr. Mandel has covered many of the topics there. I understand it's contained within your application packages. And I would simply suggest to the board that they review that and bear that in mind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We appreciate the comments. We appreciate the input of the letter. And I do want to confirm that was distributed to the members. So, I mean, I'm not looking to Kathy for confirmation. I just, for the record, that has been distributed. Okay. Again, the board is myself, Val, Angus, Joe, and Con.
I'd love to make some comments
Yeah,
as a
please.
non-voting member.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't want to go first, but just a couple of points.
Yep. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on something that I motioned in my comment, I mentioned in my comments, is that if the board is so inclined to make a positive motion for any approvals this evening on a new dwelling, I think that staff recommends an application for the demolition that was done for the retroactively approval of that demolition that was taking place. So I think that would be something that.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I understood the concept,
Okay.
but
Because technically on the books, that building is still
Right.
there. So that was my only, thank you.
yeah, and I mean, we actually could be addressing that with a motion either directly or as a separate submission. For instance, requesting information that we would want to have on file in the instance of a structure that's been demolished, the as-built plans, imagery, so on and so forth could become part of a motion if the commissioners were inclined to move forward with the application that's before us currently. Okay, thank you for that, Holly. Any other questions? Okay, Ray, why don't you just comment?
Yeah, I had a question.
Because I'm treating your comments as a member of the commission, but you know, we've taken public comments from other people. I'd like to just get.
I was on it for a while.
Yeah.
And then I seem to have missed two meetings. But so just a question by way of clarification. When you said that you did the calcs for the energy code, was that assuming that the HDC would grant, a historic determination for the building, or is that like built new?
That was all new by the HERS rating, so.
All new
All new,
construction?
the highest HERS rating is currently for new dwellings.
Okay, so I have two real points to make here. One is, three. First of which is, this is a seriously unfortunate position for all of us to be in, everybody. And I'm gonna get into Mr. Mandel's precedent thing in a moment, but here's a question that I would ask myself is like, okay, here we are right now. We have a design that has been scrutinized for many, many weeks. I personally think that it's very Nantucket, very, very approvable. It's too bad that it's not happening as a reno, but what else would be going there, if not this? Like, it's a single story, it's low and discreet, it's all the things that Nantucket is all about. So moving forward from this point, because something's going to get built there, right? Something's going to get built there. If this owner doesn't build something, they're going to sell the piece of land without a house on it, and somebody else is going to come in. So I think due diligence has been done by this board and by you as applicants in terms of making it Nantucket. And you started with a building that was Nantucket, so that helped a lot. Regarding precedent, here's the issue, and I really honestly don't have any answers to this. if this comes down to fine and how much of a fine we levy as some sort of a punitive measure, my own personal concern is that's going to become, in terms of precedent, this will become, well, this is the cost of doing business on Nantucket. We go to the HDC, we do it as a renovation, we knock it down, we pay, you know, $30,000 to knock the building down, and we're fined $30,000. Now, for a lot of us who live here, $30,000 is onerous, and for a lot of people who don't live here, $30,000 is like nothing. So I would really be very cautious. The board should be very cautious about saying, well, we'll let you proceed if we fine you X amount of dollars based on number of days or whatever, this sort of thing. And again, I want to say, you know, I'm going to make this comment, but I don't have a ready answer to it. So here we are right now, the building is gone. Oh, and by the way, the applicant did say that he saved all the pieces, and if that's really in earnest, then if the foundation was approved in such a way, if the deck, I'm assuming there was a new deck going on under the house, right?
There will be.
Well, I mean, that was part of the request, right? For a new deck, you're not going to leave it on the old framing. So moving from there, you've got your foundation, your new deck, and now assemble the pieces on top the way that you have said repeatedly that that was your plan to do. So that's not an answer to any of the questions, just some things I felt like needed saying. So thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Bill, did you want to go, or do you want?
No, I had a question about which is
Okay.
exactly what we're talking about. It's this that's on the screen.
Mr. Chair, right there on the screen is what you all looked at on the 31st of March when you requested to have the subsequent submissions staff to get organized for you guys for tonight's meeting.
I'm sorry, Kathy.
So this plan right here is what you all reviewed on March 31st. And then this one was from February 17th. So this was submitted after the violation.
That was the explanatory plan.
Exactly.
And
And
then
then this
the
But
right
the
here.
design is the same. This is just a different way of presenting the information that was already approved.
Yeah, this is two sets of presentation in a different manner. Frankly, the latest one being what we would prefer. Because
Right.
it clearly delineates.
I mean, if I take,
Go ahead,
sorry,
Joe.
I was going to say, despite if I remove all the politics and remove the methodology, however you want to refer to it, we really have nothing to weigh in on. We have approved a design that isn't changing. We've approved a location that isn't changing. The applicant has told us that the grade isn't changing and the height isn't changing. And they've also gone back and vetted the fact that now this is new construction, that the energy code will support the design that's been approved. And that was all brought up to see if there was going to be any design changes that were going to be triggered, because we were looking at this as a reno versus new construction. So how I see it, and I'm being overly simplistic just to table the design discussion, there really is no design discussion. And I think, you know, in response to what Ray brought up, which I think is a really great point, the drawings we have in front of us represent what we would demand and require of an applicant doing a renovation, something that graphically depicts, which the applicant actually didn't plan initially. We essentially, as a board, approved the demolition of this thing by virtue of approving all of these minor changes and little tweaks that happened. Ridges changed, window openings changed, walls were left with no elements left in them by virtue of our approval. And, you know, it wasn't evident when the applicant got that approval. I think it became evident in the field when their approval was employed. And therefore, I fully believe that it happened organically and without malice and so forth. So I agree that there probably shouldn't be, I mean, take this as you, I mean, I'm not endorsing this by any means, but we granted an approval that was essentially mostly demolishing this structure. I wasn't sitting on that board, but the evidence is here when you start to look at the overlaying of the elevations and the plans. So I really don't know what I'm voting on because the design that they're employing is already been approved. There's really no deviation from it. Well, I think now we've gotten to the point where we see more clearly what was approved. And now we know it's not going to change because it's new and new construction in order to meet the code. So, I mean, tell me if I'm missing something. I agree with Ray that this does fit in the Nantucket area, but that's water under the bridge. There might be all kinds of design changes you might want to make, but they already have an approved design. So if we're not here talking about methodology and so forth, I think this is a learning lesson for us as a board. And I agree with Ray that we should proceed with caution with respect to fining, because then people will just pay the fine and demolish what they want to demolish. But the application process needs to capture this, and we need to be more cognizant of it. Anyway, that's how I feel about this. It's unfortunate, but it feels like the applicant has responded once they were put on notice to clarify exactly what transpired. And it's not easy to follow all this either, but it seems pretty clear to me now. Okay.
Thanks, Joe. Val, did you want to?
No, I think Joe articulated what I was feeling too, having gone through all this stuff and not having sat on it the first time. It was very clearly marked as the whole entire footprint was getting demolished. So I agree with what he said.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
But important points and valid points, and I think Ray and Joe have articulated the issues that I was planning to bring up in this. There is this was already approved, and my concern was if it's a new building and new construction, it's the current codes and how's that going to affect the design. And what we're hearing from the applicant is that it won't affect any of the exterior presentation. So I actually appreciate the conservation efforts of saving the materials. This is a long Nantucket tradition of houses not just being moved, but dismantled and moved and reassembled. And I appreciate the materials being reused. There are many other jobs that I've witnessed over the decades that that materials weren't saved when they could have been, and things were lost. I do think that this needs to be documented, as Holly points out, as though it was a demolition, just so that people, going forward are aware that this is a new construction. And certainly in that, notes can be included about the reuse of material. So that's the only reason I would say that it would be worth retroactively submitting a demo permit, just so that all the information that would normally be included in that is part of the file. But as far as approving anything, Joe's already said it. It's already approved, so there isn't anything to do. And it was a, you know, it was a board before I appeared. So, tradition goes that you don't sort of rework previous decisions from the HTC. So, anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that leaves me. So, yeah, good points. I think, the concept of, well, let's back up. The original application, as the applicant's agent has acknowledged, was a contextually different application than what it turned out to be. The later clarifications and drawings, well, first of all, the HCC accepts at face value submissions. The application indicated renovation addition. The agenda indicated renovation addition. That is information that the applicant and the applicant's agent present. That's not information that the HDC determines and then interprets either as the elected officials or staff. Those are framework elements. They set our expectations when we look at drawings. Many of us, and actually we've been cautioned over the years not to be studying plans because they're not part of the exterior of the structure. So they are contextual. So we look at face value, the information that's presented and the framework that's presented. Does that mean that we need to be more certain going forward? Yes. But at the other hand, and I think that's a very significant caution, the HCC cannot be in a position where it is second guessing every element of every application that comes through the door. It's not tenable. It's not going to happen. We don't have the resources either as elected officials nor staff. So the face value concept is a longstanding element, and it's something that unfortunately what happens is if there's a modification or something wasn't presented in a way that was accurate up front, it doesn't come up until there is a complaint, and then there is the process we've entered now. So I just want to be clear on that. I want to be clear on the information that indicates that this was a demolition was primarily presented after the fact as a result of a enforcement initiative. So where are we now? There's Connie. I thought you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. No, I mean, for the sake of brevity and everything else, I wholeheartedly agree with what all my fellow commissioners have said. This is just an unfortunate circumstance that has led us to this. And, and it's just kind of sad that we're sitting here, but honestly, I think Angus said it, we would never go against an approval that, the commissioners, I'm sure, spent a lot of time researching and, again, and I'll just say it's just kind of sad that it's brought us to this point. So I really don't have much else to add.
Nope, that's good. Thank you. And thanks, Ray. So the question before us this evening is contextual also, and it's contextual with respect to the circumstances on the ground in the field, the work having changed and not having had an opportunity to weigh in on it. I'm not suggesting that we would have gone to any other conclusion for the reason stated, that this is a one-story structure primarily, that it is low strung otherwise, that it has Matticat-esque architectural vocabulary. But we would have had an opportunity to weigh in, and we wouldn't be in a position where the contextual question is, we have an approval, and are we going to approve it because with holding our nose because the options, and I really hesitate to get into this because it's very problematic on the enforcement side. I think Ray said it well. There is another matter of precedent, and that has to do with, okay, if it's a fine and a fee structure that isn't sufficient to deter it, and we name it now, does it then create okay, that's my buy-in for a demo on Nantucket? I would much rather avoid that question knowing that we are asking the administrative staff to, with haste, get us information so that we can develop as a elected officials, the demolition categorization and the fees or fines that are appropriate, that can be legally defended. And that will be a completely different animal than $21, $31 something fine. And so in that spirit and context, and I'm not speaking as a chair on this at this particular point, I am hesitant to be, I'm certainly hesitant, and I would hope that the community would support the HDC. One is in a bad position here, put into a bad position, but the option of allowing and naming a fine that is so relatively insubstantial, that is basically coffee money on a 3-year job, and instead allow the HDC to develop a, seeing the writing on the wall here, develop a demolition definition, categorization, and fining system that is becoming of preventing this type of activity in the future, I think is important. And that's the discussion that I'm suggesting that the board will be having next, which we've actually voted on pursuing. So that's the contextual aspect of what are we, that's the contextual background of what are we doing. The contextual determination we're making is, we have an approved design, and are we going to allow it to go forward against that backdrop? And that's what we're deciding this evening. Are we going to allow this to go forward? Or are we going to hold this for pursuit of granularity with respect to a demolition application, a fine, and have that number be on the board and known to people that that's the cost of doing business if you want to demo a house? Bruce, very briefly, because
Want to go to the microphone?
Yeah.
Bruce, Bruce, go to the microphone.
Just go to the mic, yeah.
Commissioner Paul, it's Bruce Mandel again. Commissioner Paul, you asked about the fines, made a comment. Staff has been writing violation tickets, 2 of them, every day since January. And it amounts to about $5,600 a week.
So Bruce,
Yes.
I'm not objecting.
Making a
I'm
point
not
about
objecting to that. What my earlier point was actually that I would hate for this board to set a precedent for, hey, you know what? If you pay $30,000, you knock your house down, you know? And some people say, oh, that's fine, you know, $30,000. And you know, there's no great system over on the Cape in Chatham. What they do is they call it a demolition delay. If you want to demolish your building, they say, oh, well, you can't do anything for another year. You have to wait for a year. So what homeowners do is they go in like a year before they want to sell the property and ask for a demo delay. So by the time they sell the property, it's ready to go. So as I said, Bruce, you know, this is a pickle. You know, this is something that people have been wrestling with. And so I don't want, personally, I think it would be a mistake for the HCC to like determine an amount that some people would have a real hardship paying, you know, and if it was an innocent thing that they did and they're paying, and then somebody else, you know, over on Baxter Road is saying, oh, fine, you know, great. Well, I'll pay it, sure. So thank you.
We
Bruce.
agree with you on that.
Sure.
I just wanted to point out that there is a fine running.
Yeah.
The other comment I have is, as far as we can see, the only thing that was ever approved was the 2003 historic renovation and an addition. It's the only approval we can find. Now,
okay,
you've gone on in 2006, the last 5 months, and you've made certain decisions, but I don't see anywhere on a record where there is an approval.
Bruce, what you're talking about, and I'm not going to keep going, but what you're talking about is what I was stating earlier. The presentation of the documentation, framework of the narrative of historic renovation and addition were materially the same result, but not presented as what was ultimately approved more recently, which is this, but it wasn't shown this way. So there wasn't any cognition based upon what was presented that this was actually primarily a deconstruction, reutilizing materials in a new structure. As a result of the process of construction going on, and that then accelerating towards completely taking the structure apart and some of the structure not being salvageable, this became known to the HDC and these drawings were brought forth. However, what was approved as the structure back then, the differences from what was approved as the structure to what is on the table this evening is, in reverse order, I think, the 20-foot move towards Ames, the much less significant move away from New Jersey, the
You don't have to go through it.
no, I want to be
understand.
clear for the record. The removal of you made a point that you don't think anything's been approved. Well, what is approved is what was originally approved, except for the subsequent approval is with these exceptions: the move towards Ames, the move away from New Jersey, the removal of the chimney, and the change from a red shingle roof to a pewter architectural. So those are all approved. They are the only difference in what was originally approved till now. What is different is the clarity that arose in the face value presentations originally and subsequently after the enforcement. Can we go to the site plan on this? Because I just want to take a look at that.
I can, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
since
any
Carrie
update?
has her hand raised.
Commissioner, is there any notation on the plans about the actual reuse of the small pile of old
No,
material?
we would address that as a matter arising out of the circumstances in an approval.
In the future?
And it certainly would have to be part of an approval. Carrie, you got a question?
I just had a comment along the lines of Ray's demo delay on the Cape. I think could be such thing as a construction delay. If somebody does something that they're not approved for, that's
Not a bad-
egregious, there's a delay and you can't start construction again. I believe these people have already sat through quite a bit of a delay because of the whole process. But that's one way to deter people from doing this.
Good
having-
point.
without having to fine them, because money doesn't matter here. People have plenty of it if they're building out here. But
Right.
the time of losing out on a house for a season is a big fat bummer. So that's my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So where we are, folks, is taking up the matter of, again, contextually, I'm not suggesting we're happy by any means or even really comfortable with it, but we are in a position where, as elected officials, we need to make a leadership decision. And the decision is, do we move forward with allowing this construction to occur? And we address, with this being a lesson of various topics, including face value presentations, matching the actual work. That could very easily be part of a finding structure. If what you presented is not what you actually went out and did, that is a separate, identifiable category of a violation.
Yeah, is this as simple as making a motion to approve, which is essentially a ratification of the previous approvals?
Well, I don't think it's as simple as that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately where we're going to be, but contextual the word came up a lot tonight because it's all relevant.
Page 19.
And it needs to be on the record. It needs to be out in the public. The contextual elements at which we're reviewing this and making a determination. We're not simply saying we ratify it.
Oh, yeah.
That is.
Right.
what-
So that is what was approved originally, minus the chimney, changing the roof materials, and the location isn't shown in the drawing. Does anyone have questions on the contextual elements under which we are making a determination?
It's up, it just has been so clouded in my mind, this whole conversation, but we're actually being asked to approve or reapprove the approval, the final approval, albeit any fines, punishment, original existing house existing. Am I correct?
No, that we are also able at this point to, as Joe said, either ratify the demolition, add conditions to allow that to have occurred in a retrospective manner. For instance, documentation as built, for instance, reuse of every piece of material that was salvageable. Those are all elements of what we can put into a decision. But I wasn't going to sit here and just say that is the ultimate position we are in, because it's not that simple. There are a variety of other topics which we've discussed that are all fundamental aspects of that decision. And I think it would be unfair to the commission, unfair to the community not to have had that really boring, lengthy discussion where everybody had an opportunity to contribute. So yes, where we are now is, do we approve of what was approved in terms of the structure, subject to what conditions will we be levying, if any, for the demolition? And the fining and the fees are an administrative matter. I will note that a cease and desist letter is advisory. So if fines or fees are being accumulated against a cease and desist letter, that they are not applicable. They're not, it's advisory.
I'm not writing the tickets.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear to get that, that's part of the process. And it's, I'm sorry it's confusing, Bill, but it's part of our authority and our responsibility to understand these things and then make a decision on an informed basis.
Well, it just isn't really clear in
It
my
is
mind
confusing.
exactly what we're doing, so that's why.
Your explanation is helping, but it's a very confusing submittal.
I don't disagree. It's not only confusing because there's various topics and they're not all directly related, but indirectly related, but they're all relevant. And at the same time, we still have to make a decision.
I thank the commissioners for their patience and indulgence in listening to the community's comments.
No, it's important feedback.
I mean, there's, I think it was Holly that might have mentioned that you really technically need to have submitted a demo application. And
no, Joe, that's not true.
Okay. All right.
I thought I understood that too, Joe.
Well, the authority having jurisdiction makes the determination on what is and isn't approvable. It's that simple.
They have an approval. I mean, frankly, I'm surprised construction has stopped at this point.
Well, that's not accurate either.
Well, they have an approval.
They have an approval under conditions that were not subject to review, which became the basis for an enforcement order, which we have discussed. Then earlier in the process, not tonight, and then we discussed what a solution could look like, which resulted in the HERS determination, which resulted in a determination that was previously approved, could be approved again. And now we're sitting here discussing the context under which we would be making a decision that would not include fines or would include fines, depending on what message you want to send to the community. Now, on the one hand, the message is there's no fine. On the other hand, very simply put, on the other hand, the message is here's the fine and here's the cost of doing business, demolishing an historic structure in Nantucket. This is what we're making a decision on. We're not making a decision on approving an approved structure. So I would appreciate everyone kind of trying to focus on that because it's relevant.
Can I make a suggestion as a non-voting member? So I think what's being what is on the table is an after the fact, ex post facto demolition. Because this so far has been reviewed and as a renovation as opposed to a demolition. You're looking for an after the fact demolition. And I would suggest that this document right here that's on the screen that identifies where new framing is and where old framing is, you're not liking it, Stephen. You're not liking my suggestion. I was going to use that as the document, moving forward. Old framing, new framing, because
It's
that's
this and
basically-
the prior page, because this doesn't capture all the fenestration changes that essentially is the
Okay, well,
reason
maybe
why
there's
this
more-
got
yeah,
demolished.
more than one page, but
Right.
those should be referred to in the motion, I would suggest.
I don't have a problem with any of that.
Okay.
It's just been a really long day and I'm trying to get a handle on how we move forward with this in a way that isn't going to be a mumble jumble file. And if we pursue the suggestion that you just made, which I think is a good one, these drawings need to be labeled per sets. They need to be labeled with a marker across the top that says the date. They need to be labeled with what they represent. So for instance, this is clarification of the intended design. I mean, I'm not saying that, just giving an example. This is what we're looking at currently on the screen is a clarification of the intention that wasn't applied for. Again, that's not an articulate, but give me a minute when I have had some dinner and a chance to rest after a long day, as all of us. But my point is that we have an opportunity, which I really don't think is a good word for it. We have a duty to review these and come up with a solution that addresses the matter in a manner that the HD feels is appropriate for the circumstances. And that this decision may not, and I don't think will be, especially if we can work with haste with staff to come up with the demolition definition categories and the finding structure for enforcement, that this will be a stopgap determination, but it needs to be cohesive. So the drawings that are there, labeled to represent what they are so that somebody can pick up this file in a year and clearly understand what they're looking at. The end result being, if this is the direction, which I seem to be sensing, is that there is an approval to construct the previous approval under the conditions that the demolition is acknowledged. I would not suggest that it's ratified. I would not accept at this point that it's even approved. But it's being acknowledged that here is the drawings that represent what that demolition process looked like on paper, elevations wise and plan wise. And that there's additional information required, the original as-built of the structure, the imagery of the structure, in order to have a historic file and record. And that the matter of fines and fees are a matter that will be taken up separately by the HDC in a broader context having to do with the direction that the HDC will be guiding the community on, so that there's a comprehensive program in place. And that's why we're having this discussion, so we could get to the point where if this is where we want to go, someone said it.
Well said, thank you. I can't wait to see the minutes of this meeting.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to suggest, save for the last part, which is a longer term discussion about fining, fees, all that stuff. Could that be Joe's motion? Everything before?
That was just, again, so contextually, everybody in the community will understand how this came about and where it's going.
Anyone watching this whole proceeding right now is going to be very skeptical about going out and demolishing it.
I would hope so.
Can I make a comment? Well,
Please.
go ahead, Val, sorry.
No,
And
please.
I was just gonna ask, so what we're saying is, yes, we're gonna ratify the previous approval that was approved, and we're gonna take up the fine separately.
Yes.
we're gonna take up fines separately. And what Ray is suggesting as a member of the commission is not sitting, is that we're not taking up the matter of fines within this application.
Correct.
We had the discussion so that the applicant, agent, others in the community understand that there is two sides of a coin of fining right now. One is we fine, and there's a monetary base. The other is it's the cost of doing business. The HCC is sidestepping that in order to not create the situation where the cost of doing business is, okay, it's a fine and I'm going to pay it. Instead, we're not putting the fine in. We're going to pursue fining and other larger matters of demolition and fee structures and percentage of property values and so on and so forth as a separate discussion from this application.
And that's fine, but they should get fined.
That's a discussion that we need to have.
Are we able to separate, like, can we go ahead and approve what's already been approved since we know that it can be built to code and still meet the previous approval design, but separate that from any fines that are levied on this particular project? In the greater picture, we need to create a policy about how much is changed to consider it being a demo and how, you know, what the penalties for demo, whole policies. And I mean, it's been, I think we reached out, my understanding is we reached out to town admin or town council 2 months ago, but demo has been on our agenda of future things to discuss since 2022, maybe before that. And so this is something that we really need to give attention to. And we're a volunteer staff, and we need help with it from the town to collect information to make this relevant in the context of historic preservation. We've got the largest historic district in the country, and we need to have a policy that meets that significance. But as far as this project tonight, I guess my question is, can we separate those two things? An approval for the COA and separate the fine specifically for this project?
No. So a couple things. One, demolitions since 2022 were different than demolitions we're talking about now. Two, the ingredients that you say we need from town admin and staff, we've requested, we voted on, we're waiting. That is a separate process. Three, part of our process as volunteers is if we can be clear, concise, and consistent and move through the evening, we then have an opportunity to pick up things at the bottom of our agenda with the ability to focus on them and have good informed decisions, because we have the capacity at the end of the evening, because the end of the evening isn't late. With respect to the question specifically about this, I am not an attorney. We happen to have one here, but I'm pretty well informed that we cannot assign a fine retroactively. And what I mean by that is we cannot develop a policy procedure to address what we are trying to prevent happening in the future with other historic homes, using this incident as a precedent because it just happened. We can't develop those policies and procedures and then retroactively assign them to this property.
I think that's what Angus was getting at.
He asked if we can do that. I'm telling him we
Well,
cannot.
I think we're separating two things. We have the application in front of us right now. And then we have a further sort of policy discussion
No.
about.
That he was asking, you were asking, can we just deal with the issue of a fine on this property later?
Both.
Yeah, well, the part of we're gonna deal with it.
On this project. Okay.
So what I'm saying
I
is,
agree with Stephen
Yeah.
on that.
so I'm sorry, I'm trying to, at this point, move it along a little bit.
Can I
Yeah.
just make a suggestion?
And not to
My
continue.
5 of 8, not to continue, no. that.
Not to
that-
continue to another night.
No. Mr. Chair, maybe you could poll the sitting members to see whether anyone is in favor of levying a fine of some kind. If not, I would suggest that part one of what you were getting at would be the motion that somebody makes, documenting all that stuff.
Yes, which is
Yeah.
exactly where I was gonna go if I wasn't answering questions instead.
Oh,
Sorry, Val, if that doesn't meet your satisfaction.
I am sick of asking questions and being answered like I'm
You
stupid.
too, please.
Val, don't treat me like I'm somebody who's living in your home. I am
The
giving you the
fair and-
information you requested. I'm giving you the information you requested, and then you're telling me you're confused by it. So I'm trying to explain it a different way to be helpful. And I'm simply stating that I would have preferred to just say what Ray had said a half an hour ago, but there's nothing wrong with me identifying that I agree with him, and I would have preferred to say it a half an hour ago, nor in identifying that it's a complicated discussion and we're trying to work through it. And I would appreciate that you give me a little bit of credit and a little bit of respect for taking on the responsibility to try and explain these things and do it in a way that's supportive of our mission and not necessarily someone's feelings. I am trying to support the institution of the Historic District Commission in a responsible, professional manner that addresses the matters. And I would appreciate your support on that. Thank you.
I just
Where-
never understand your answers.
Well, there you go. I don't know what to say. It's like we're married or something. I would just, where I was going is where we just left off with Ray. And I think we've identified the potential perils of putting a cost by assigning a fine on this versus being forward-looking in the fining department, having to do with the bigger picture. So with that said, the sitting members are Connie, Joe, Val, Angus, and myself. Is there anyone who would prefer that in the totality of everything that's been said this evening, we put a fine on this project, understanding that it could be and likely will be determined by others to be a cost of doing business?
The problem I have is just not doing anything and approving stuff to move forward that doesn't seem like a right thing either.
We're not.
Oh, now I'm really confused.
I'm hearing two things. One is we don't want to levy a fine because it will be construed that that's just the price of doing business. And if we don't do a fine, then that sends a message too, like this can happen and there's no consequence. I think it's brought up important points and points of discussion, but I don't think there was malice or intent to go against the system. What was approved, to some people might look like, oh, it's really not that changing that much. But if you're moving a wall 1 inch, the wall is going away. And that's not always obvious to people looking at these plans. And so, but these are the plans and that's what it involved. And so I think it's a tough one, but I think that, I don't know, I would make a motion to approve it with the condition that a retroactive application for the demolition is submitted with all the information that would normally go with that. And it's something that I would imagine that we would of course approve because it's already happened, but at least it would be on the record.
Okay, before you make that motion procedurally, we've discussed this before where we're not approving structures where we haven't approved the demolition. And secondly, what that does is simply belabor the point the bottom line, the essence of the determination this evening is whether we are accepting that the demolition occurred, not approving it, accepting that it occurred, and moving forward to approve the prior approved design under the circumstances. Nothing is going to change if we have a separate demolition application. We are not going to be resolving a finding structure. Any of the rational nexus that's required to get to that point, the discussions, if we have a public hearing, setting fines and fees, or none of that's going to happen in between now and then. That's number one. Number two, the cost of doing business concept is, I think, probably the most important concept we've talked about with respect to demolitions tonight. Whether it is a symbolic fine or it is whatever fines that can be levied but have not been levied because cease and desist fines that have been issued are not applicable. That a cease and desist is an advisory letter. Either way, whether it's a symbolic $1, well, I would say basically for me, this should be a symbolic $1. This is a precedent. How do we reconcile that? We cannot reconcile what happened with a fine. We can only move forward to try and prevent it in the future. If we do more than $1, what we've done is we've set the cost of doing business for demolitions until these other things come up. Now, in the meantime, again, there's going to be a different level of prudence. There's going to be, highly suspect review of any of these historic structures when it comes to a renovation addition, and so on and so forth. So the likelihood of this happening again, unknowingly, is going to be, I think, minimized. The importance is in the haste of getting the information that has been requested from staff in order to go through the process that we've been talking about. And there's other aspects to this with respect to fining that are not as clear as you may think. The law works to the benefit of the person being accused. A fine is not, we've relatively recently saw what happened with the Concom. And they had a 10 or a 12 or a $15,000 fine. I don't remember what the exact dollar amount was. And I believe that it was dismissed. Was that correct?
The Concom?
They had a
I
fee,
don't
they had
remember that
they
one.
had a fine.
Well, that's district court. And
I understand. My point isn't which court. My point is that the law works differently than we may think is appropriate sitting here, but it's not our determination. So let's make a system that works in front of the law the way that we would want it to work, so this doesn't happen again. Separate matter.
The system is the application process. That's all, right?
Yeah.
And that needs to change. It became evident in this application. This client has essentially done what was approved. And
But Joe, approved but not presented as such. And
Correct.
that's what we're learning.
Correct. It was there, it was implicit, but it wasn't stated as a matter of fact. But
Right.
Therefore, they're not, I'd have a hard time finding them for proceeding with what they were approved to do. Then you start getting into the gray areas. So, I mean, unless demolition fines were 10 or $20 million, none of them will be punitive given the cost of real estate.
Yeah. So, I'm going to go back to your motion, Angus. I didn't want to close that off, but procedurally, I needed to address the concept of a fine being retroactive. We can't do that.
So before I continue with the motion, I'd want to clarify. So a cease and desist is only advisory, and advisory to whom?
That's the discussion we had earlier today.
We'd have to look
It's
into
from
it.
the town council.
But the cease and desist letter, the citations go through the court process. A fine, if you're talking about tonight, would be through the town. So it's apples and oranges.
Are we the town representative?
When I send a a citation out is through the court system, a violation of a cease and desist. I don't know, we talked about it, but I don't know if it's, no, we haven't.
I'll take the word of the planning director.
Well, yeah,
I mean, that's
Yeah.
the discussion that was had earlier today to have a better understanding of where fines and fees would go and how they would work. And Kathy expressed to me that basically there are different tiers with respect to reviews from the DA or the clerk magistrate and so on and so forth. And the point I'm trying to make, without getting into the details of those, because I don't want to be forecasting and broadcasting that the emperor has no clothes, but here we are in a situation where that's what we're talking about. We are probably best served, whether you trust or believe in me or not, in assigning a $1 fine with the understanding as in addition to whatever we can as the as-built fee, because there's some construction available for that is not just waived. On the application, it would be 4 times that fee. And I think that there's a legally tenable argument that that is applicable, and that the dollar I'm talking about is not an actual dollar. It is the symbolic manifestation of the problem we are facing as an elected board and making an impossible decision and acknowledging that it can't be solved with this application. Attempting to solve it with this application is going to identify a cost of business which is going to be contrary to everything we're sitting here and trying to accomplish. Whereas the alternative is to do the as-built fee, do the symbolic the symbolic dollar, and move forward with establishing a system that's legally tenable in addition to the application process and procedure that this application has brought forth as seriously problematic if it's perpetuated. So we're being forward-looking in that activity. Go ahead, Ann. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application with 2 conditions, the as-built fee and all the information that would be included in a demolition application.
Okay. Thank you. On the motion, is there any questions? This is an important motion. I don't want anyone to not have an opportunity to ask and be answered. Okay. On your motion, Angus.
Aye.
Vale?
You just said aye. I think I heard an aye. Ask Connie
I'll
and
come
Joe
back to you.
too.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie? Vale?
It's my choice, aye or no.
Yeah.
You can abstain.
Well, I think this is, I would, you can vote what you want to vote. I think it would be beneficial to present a united front, but that's not your responsibility.
I'll say aye, but I still don't really understand.
Well, then I don't think you should vote if you don't
I am
understand.
voting. I'll abstain.
Yeah, okay. I'm an aye.
All right. Is it time for dinner?
Yeah.
It's time for bed. Gotta get
How about minutes? Do you need minutes?
No, hold on.
I'm assuming that was the last application you wanted to review, Mr. Chair.
No, we don't
do
actually,
that.
we typically only second for discussion. So thank you for asking though.
Mr.
So May
Chair,
12th.
yeah,
minutes.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of May 12th.
All right, we'll do the members here. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So Angus, Vale, myself, Ray and Connie.
Yeah.
The next meeting,
And I moved, I was gonna move to adjourn.
June 9th, 2026, new business and elections.
All right.
And we got a motion to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
All right, that carries. Thank you.
Night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
night.
you guys for your contribution to our
Night.
discussion. Good night.
Bill, it's Steve Murphy. It's 8:10. HDC just adjourned. Give me a call if you get a minute, 202-253-0092.